Peri Open, giải đấu đẳng cấp quốc tế tại Việt Nam. Tổng giải thưởng hơn 104.000 đô la Mỹ với 128 cầu thủ, trong đó có những cầu thủ hàng đầu bảng xếp hạng Nineball Tour. Giải đấu ranking thuộc Matchroom với những diễn biến kịch tính, khó lường. Từ mùng 5 tháng 10 đến mùng 9 tháng 10 tại Peri Pool Arena, Việt Nam. Trực tiếp trên VTV Cup, web thể thao và Việt Nam Billiards Promotion.
Xin chào quý vị và các bạn. Vậy là chúng ta đã trở lại với phiên thi đấu thứ 3 trong ngày hôm nay và đây sẽ là vòng tứ kết của Peri Nineball Open 2023. Và trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay chúng tôi sẽ mang đến cho bạn một trận đấu có thể nói là trận đấu của những nhà vô địch. Đó là trận đấu giữa Francisco Sanchez Ruiz và James Aranas. Cả hai cầu thủ đều đã từng xuất hiện trên bàn TV Table với những màn trình diễn cực kỳ xuất sắc. Và có lẽ chúng ta không cần phải nói quá nhiều nữa về trình độ và đẳng cấp của cả hai cầu thủ này. Và ngay sau đây chúng tôi sẽ mang đến cho quý vị và các bạn những diễn biến của trận đấu này.
Welcome back to the Peri Open 9-Ball Championship here in Hanoi at the brand new Peri Pool Arena. We're in Vietnam. What a match we have in store here. Top of the draw, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz will play James Aranas. That's on our feature table. On table 2, Michael Feliciano from the Philippines will play Kopo Cheng, two-time runner-up at the World 9-Ball Championship. Still going strong. Good to see him back in a major tournament. It's been a while since we've seen him. JJ Aranas played well in the last match. He got tested in the end. This is going to be tough. That man right there, the world #1 on the World 9-Ball Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of like on after defeating Mickey Kraus, we looked at the next match playing Aranas, a little different opponent. But James, I feel like, is breaking the balls just as well as anyone. He had a few dry breaks towards the end of that match, kind of got ongoing a little bit, and then he put a few games together with a golden break. But this should be a very high-powered match, and you know, if the balls agree at all, it should be a lot of offense. Yeah, and there's the dry break again, or at least what should be a dry break, missing the one. And Francisco with an opportunity. And we've been talking to Francisco and David and quite a few players that seems like the jet lag's a little worse this trip for most, and some say it's the worst they've ever had. Talked to them today. They slept a little better last night. Of course, David on the sidelines now, pulling his compadre in. But good to see, probably a little more at full strength, trying to take this inaugural Peri Open down. Now probably sizing up the bank a little bit more for position. Just a little more automatic. I think the one is cuttable, but the speed control could be a little difficult. The bank not hard. It looks like he can float past the 6 pretty easily. That would give him the best angle if he could get the cue ball between the 6-9 to come off the 3 to the pink 4. He can pull it out above to the center as well. Not really a problem.
What a fantastic last 2 years this man has had, winning the World 9-Ball Championships and winning the US Open, holding both titles at the same time. Very difficult to do.
Was it Viller that did that last prior to him? I don't think it was the same calendar year, but I think he did hold both. 2018 with the World 9-Ball and then 2019 with the US Open. I think, you know, a lot of things kind of add up to that. We talked about Francisco for so many years. Maybe what we felt was a little higher ceiling than David if he ever got that first win. But I mean, both great players. But I think, you know, more events, right? More quality events, I think had a little something to do with it. Of course, a lot of people, I don't think, know this. He did have an eye surgery prior to that run. I'm not sure exactly what type, some type of corrective, obviously, but there's so many different ones now. And that was prior to that win at the Derby City Classic.
Wow, never knew that.
Yeah, didn't hear it from the horse's mouth, but a couple players told me that, so I guess it has to be confirmed from FSR, but pretty reliable sources. And do you feel that maybe since he's not, you know, kind of been off that run, that now he takes a little more time around the table?
Yeah, possibly. You know what it's like, JJ, when you win a mad one and you win a big event. Usually just one event, but he won a host of events. He won some of the biggest prizes that you can win on a pool table. This was the opening shot that set the rest of the rack up nice. Played it at the right speed, so the ball turns over, falls in the pocket.
Yeah, the people here at the Peri Pool Arena, and of course everyone involved with the Peri Open, done a great job just keeping all the conditions so great. I mean, so many people working and every I dotted and T crossed. I think you'll see even better pool from these players when you consider the table. The pocket really hasn't gotten a whole lot tougher, but the rails are getting to where you can check the cue ball a little more, which makes the players a little more comfortable.
Yeah, and for the first time this week here at the Peri Open, fans have been, I presume, allowed in to watch because there's a massive crowd behind. Well, there's a table next to the one we're watching, and there's loads of seats.
Yeah, and there's been some people in watching. It just wasn't set up with all the seats. Of course, so many matches going on. And like I said, they have quite a few employees making sure every base is covered. Funny one here. Would you try to go behind the 8-3 rails, maybe? Off the right side of the 2? I think the 2 gets above the 6 if you do so, meaning you probably leave a combination of some sort. I think that's the shot. We've seen it a few times. Come off the right side of the 2 here. The 2's got to come above the 6, maybe into the 6. I guess maybe could he kind of casually bank it down the table using the side rail, kind of get it underneath the 3 and the 4. Cue ball's going to kind of be out in space, but it's an option.
Nineball's in a real tricky spot. It's one of the most awkward spots on a pool table.
Wow, he's going to push out. This to me is surprising. He just snookered himself.
Well, he's definitely getting this one back.
Yeah, and I don't understand the push out to begin with. I mean, you're in the quarterfinals playing a great player and a Filipino player that they make a lot of really good decisions. He could cue the ball after the break. Maybe that's as much respect for James as anything else. I was going to say, you know, when he was kind of speculating there before the push out, that I don't think there's really many better tactically and playing percentages than FSR David Alcady.
I was with you, JJ. I thought try and get him behind the 8. The 6 ball was, you know, it's not like if the 6 ball wasn't there, you feel like you're going to possibly leave the pot, but the 6 ball was going to play a part. You fancy getting near the 8. It was a bit of a mad moment.
Yeah, you're going to get him long and straight if the pocket opens up. Now he's got to hope for some fortune. He's going to leave a pocket, I believe. Nothing easy, but somewhat natural. He can cue the ball. Drawn to the side rail, trying to play for the 3. Could roll it. Go past the 3.
Yeah, there you get a look. It does go. Could have been worse for Sanchez, especially after a poor push. A really poor push at that as well. It's not often you see players hooking themselves full ball when they're playing the rollout.
Yeah, I was shocked by the push, and I guess even more shocked. Snookering himself. Big shot for James to get started, though.
I think he tried to get on the red for the side to maybe play it off the 9 if that set up.
Well, I think he's going to stay offensive, whether it's cutting the 3 or banking it cross side. Now, this is not going to have a ton of speed. He's got to hold position on the 4. So is there any chance of hitting the 9 and the 3 not going? You know, if he does hit the right side of the 9?
Yeah, he just made sure of the pot, didn't he?
I think that's pretty smart. Of course, that run we talked about and has been talked about and will be talked about for a long time by FSR. It took everything. You know, it took all departments of the game to be right on top of, to do something like he did for 15, 18 months. Really never hardly made a mistake, it seemed.
JJ, what's his plan for the 9 ball? Do you think he's going to try and get on it straight on the rail, or is he going to try and play the 8 off it? I don't know.
Well, I think he just plays backside of it, you know, to play the 9 down where he'll play the 7 here in just a couple shots. I think that would be my initial plan, is to get on the 8 in the middle of the table and with an angle and make a decision from there. Because a lot of times what happens, if you try to get straight for the shorter pocket on the 9, you end up getting to where you have to shoot it from a little more distance to guarantee that straight look at the 9 ball. Okay, I think he wanted to be a little heavier in this, so speed control, and now playing that 8 in the side is a definite option. Could come 2 rails across above the 8. If he happens to fall straight, he could draw the cue ball back behind the 9. Key to this is the type of shot you can kind of not commit where you're going. He's going for the 8 in the side, the right middle.
He's got to play it, hasn't he, JJ? He can't play it into the corner and rely on landing on the rail. I think he's just got to try and pot this off the 9.
Yeah, and I tell you, the 9's a hair past the side. I really think he's got to hit this with a hair of speed. Good thing for James, it's not the best angle, but the cue ball is off the cushion. Oh yeah, this is definitely playable off the 9. That's a great look. If he's comfortable, he can roll it and just send the cue ball down the table with the 9. He's going to draw it, so he's going to hit this with a lot of speed, trying to open the 9 up in the center of the table.
Delightful shot there from the Filipino. That'll do the job just nicely. Important to stay with your opponent. We've seen that. A lot of break and runs here this week. Down goes the 9 to tie the match up. Fellow Filipino is playing on the other table. He's 2-0 up over Kopo Cheng. Michael Feliciano.
Yeah, and we talk about different names in the Philippines, of course, some Spanish descent, and different, nationalities throughout the years involved with the Philippines, but that one sounds a little Italian.
Broke so well in his earlier match.
Yes. Missed the one in his last 3 breaks. The one to open this match and 2 to end his last. Good feeling from James to get the one down and in a bit of control. He's going to get to play an opening safety. I think you can cut the 2 enough to lay it on the right side rail behind the 7-9 and have a decent speed to come up one rail. Just kind of use the 6 and the 7-9. It's going to leave an easy kick. One that FSR will probably try to figure out something crafty. Looks like he's trying to edge the far side. Is he banking this up softly? This is okay. Little light though. FSR may be able to get a piece of this. If not, the kick is not hard. The jump even easier. The black 8's a little problem, trying to move the 2 up table. Looks to me he can get at it. If he can, that's definitely an unforced error from Aranas. Taking a lot of time here. Thought he could get at the blue 2. Queuing over a little bit of side, so must be comfortable with it. Surprised he ended up light with the cue ball there. Just considering he could afford a little bump on the 7. Certainly didn't leave anything easy for Aranas. Tell you may see a combination here, long one, but where does he really go to try and hide? He could clip the 2, trying to send it into the pink mildly, and maybe use the 3. It's going to leave again a very easy kick, possibly a look. I wouldn't be surprised if he fires at this combo. Great shot. Gonna have to make another one coming off the back rail, fairly straight to the corner though. Key to this is you can go quite a ways with the cue ball, so don't baby it too much. You open the pocket up with a hair speed.
Always looked like it were going towards the bottom rail. You could tell with the way he was looking and all, usually you'd be on your way round, wouldn't you? The fact that he stayed there, glaring it down.
Yeah, and he didn't do his normal. Like he normally takes a couple more pre-strokes, kind of got down and pulled the trigger. I thought, no, not terribly or anything, just a little abnormal from what I've seen from James. FSR, who had to have a procedure prior to the U.S. Open, and that could very well have a little play on his fatigue this week. Any procedure can certainly cause a little more fatigue. Oh, he really killed it there and too thin, so now I don't know if he can float it. He may have to run into the 7, maybe even the 9. Which really, if he had gotten position where he wanted, I think he may go one rail into the 9 anyways. Now it's just more of a missable ball. See if he puts a little right side here on the cue ball. And if you put right side, you have to be convinced you're going to get into the 9 and not the 7. Because if you get into the 7, it could be tricky on the wrong side of it and then have problems. I think a straight high ball going into the 7 is what I like. And he killed it nicely. Another advantage of the slick felt if you understand it. Aranas, though, has got to be a little ill. He made a big combination from distance on the 2-5 and got a very bit playable shot.
Ruiz doing what he's been doing over the last 24 months. Just simply clearing up the table. Michael Feliciano is 3-1 up over Kopo Cheng. The other two quarterfinals will be later on. Apologies if you tuned in at 4 PM, by the way. Jeremy stitched me up. It was actually 5 PM. I'm sure you figured that out if you logged on to the stream.
Yeah, my apologies there. Usually pretty good with the clock.
Are you sure about that?
Usually. I said usually. Yeah, I don't know. Is it Feliciano? That's the name, right?
Yeah, I believe that's right. Feliciano.
Yeah, sounds Italian to me.
A decent break. Maybe tempted to chop this one up the rail.
Yeah, this overhead will tell us a little more about it, but a shot that I think most players will take on, especially with a big reward with the 3 pretty near the pocket. Now that overhead tells me it's pretty tough. It's certainly missable. And this is where, you know, being such a great tactical player, you know, percentages are on your side, and you know, you can tell yourself that I can win defending first. Is there any chance to get behind the 8 and 9 with the cue ball? I think the 2's going to go into the pink, which isn't the best place. There's a bank cross corner. A little bit of a bigger pocket with a 3 there. Could slide in if you're comfortable, you could bank and come one rail onto the 5-6. The thing about this situation is really just nothing he's in love with. More I look at the cut, very doable though. Doesn't appear the safety the way he's queuing.
Maybe the bank. Yeah, he's gone for the bank. Where's the cue ball? That needs to slow up.
Yeah, and I think the way he shot it, he knew he could slide it in off the 3 as well, making sure he doesn't bank it low. Not much room to miss it between the 3 and the pocket. And a real tester here because he's got to put a little speed on the cue ball.
Yeah, he's got to get the cue ball moving off 2 rails just to miss the 4, which he does. Good shot. May need the bridge or a very long extension. This is quite far up the table, the cue ball. Does have an angle though. I think the 5 goes in the bottom right as well as the right centre pocket. Also goes in the top left. I think he'll stun across though.
Yeah, a little work here, but a lot of work with the 7, 8, 9 on the bottom end. Of course, if you don't panic, you always have some pretty good safety options. Not saying the players want to do that. Certainly understand why.
Yeah, I think if he can get over to near the left side middle pocket off the green 6, the first diamond if you like, he could probably just chop the 7 in and go back up table for a poke on the 8.
Yeah, I think I bumped the 6 down. Looks like the proper angle. Oh, he got a little thinner. Caught the 5 a little thick to the pocket.
Could maybe pot it past the 8, draw off the side rail, come over.
Yeah, I kind of like it. And again, if you don't panic and realize, all right, let me play high. If I like it, I'll shoot your shot, shoot the 7, hit the 9, open things up, win the game. There's always a nice safety option, though.
We'll know before him if he's potted this ball. Here comes the cue ball. Gets the job done, but I've got to say it always looks a bit sketchy because he moves, doesn't he? After he struck the cue ball, but he's got this like weird little movement that he does.
Yeah, but I think it still affects it at times. I'm a big believer that that stroke continuing really helps impact. You know, that's there's all kinds of different techniques. This is supernatural, though. I wouldn't overthink this at all. I mean, you ain't got to chip much of the 9 at all. You can hit it pretty smooth. I don't think you need any side spin. But definitely playing at a much slower pace, in my opinion, than what we've seen just months ago.
That's the big pocket. That is the big pocket. Makes such a big difference in the game of Nineball. From watching it, from playing it, even the opponent sat in the chair because he missed that ball.
Yeah, and I think some players and even fans think that, you know, players down the list a little bit have a better chance in the bigger pockets, and I don't know. I think the argument's hard on that one. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but like FSR, they break so good. They're better tactically than most of their opponents that are down that totem pole a little bit, and if they know they can use the rail a little bit, they get super comfortable and then really rely on the brain just as much as the arm. like, sport, of course the brain's involved, but the execution, that's the real part of it.
Couple of things going Sanchez's way at the moment. Didn't mean to arc the cue ball like that. Looks like he's going to scratch. Somehow stays dry. Unlike the 7 ball that seemed to hit quite far up the rail, but it dropped.
Yeah, like the cue ball on that bank to open the last game. Made a really nice recovery out of the pocket.
Got to be careful, hasn't he, here? Because he's just got to make sure he leaves some sort of edge. But where the cue ball is, it's not like he can roll to the top rail. He can't get it to the top rail, can he? To leave an edge.
No, and I'll tell you, if he's just got to roll out towards the 2, try not to leave a piece, but make sure he does leave a piece. Can't leave an easy jump. I mean, this is going to be to where he's got to understand I'm going to take the worst of it at the beginning, or I'm going to be really gambling on this first shot. And to roll into the 8, bump it away, leaving the jump. Now, can you dig on the cue ball while jumping this? I think he's got a hair of an angle. Problem is, you can't really play it like a regular shot. Even if you do have a hair of an angle, you got to aim fairly full, knowing the ball's going to be in the air a little bit, that being the cue ball.
Certainly wouldn't blame him for handing this shot back. Tiniest of angles.
And I don't think it's the make he's really, questioning or speculating about, or about position. I think he's got to take it on, though. He passed it.
Explain to the amateur pool player watching, why do you believe he should take that on as opposed to not take it on?
Well, I think how good his opponent is at the shot itself, and that's got a little something to do with it. Now, there is some distance, and I know that was the one that probably made him a little uncomfortable, but I think James pulls the shot off as well. And the element of luck behind missing. I think that's what he was worried about, though. Having to jump the ball so far away. He's worried about where he's going to land on the 2.
Well, I'll tell you what. He's having the run of the ball at the minute. I know he made the ball, but look at that. He's popped up, caught the rail like a game of Kirby, and nearly scratched in this pocket.
Yeah, he's been in the jaws on 3 pockets out of 6 in just a few games. That with the cue ball. Now, the cue ball's got less than a centimeter more on it. It's off the table. Now, this type of shot, go ahead and be aggressive. You're not going to kill it, but don't baby it so much.
It's always going to be a tester for anyone on the circuit. No one keeps knocking them balls in. Maybe Joshua Filler.
I think the 5 goes in the lower left. The 6-7 a little troublesome up the table. So touchy out for sure.
Yeah, and he rolled the 8 ball there, let's not forget. So he's made it a little awkward.
Yeah, And this is where if you can kind of roll with spin to spread the cue ball off the table, you feel so much better about your speed control. Which I see so many of the young players not really use that type of stroke very often. Really like to always stun the ball, it seems. Now that one there was a little more simple, but let's say variations of that type of shot. He's gotten perfect here, by the way. Looks like he can fall underneath the brown 7, make it real easy, nice light angle to move this from the 7 to the 8. Wow, he's elevating, so maybe more straight, trying to stay above it. Interesting, he's stunned to that position. He obviously had an angle to fall below it near the 6. Could have rolled it, maybe been a few inches further away from the 7, but should have easily been able to get the same angle. But again, when you're close to the ball, really becomes a lot of preference because you're going to be very accurate no matter what you do.
He's okay there. He can draw the cue ball back to the rail. Bit of an interesting rack there, but it's gone the way to the Filipino. His buddy on the other table, Feliciano, was leading 3-1. He's now 5-3 down to Kuopo Cheng. Funny seeing Cheng, weren't it, JJ, when we walked in? Last time I seen him was on TV. He looks about 12-year-old. Now he's got a full head of grey hair.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of a couple school teachers I had back in the day. Super nice guy. Hard to get a peep out of him, really, but just a real friendly guy. Think he has a thin cut. 7 hanging, just in case he can't get at the 2 on the side. Maybe a kind of awkward combination even with the ball hanging. This is close. Think he can get there, and he can avoid the 3 coming down with a little right spin here, come between the 3-9. I don't think he's got to watch the speed too much. The worst thing that could happen is get a little elevated over the pink 4, but the combination pretty easy on the 3-7. He elected not to put much spin on the cue ball.
Yeah, you could see the cue ball was turning over and all towards the side pocket.
From what I've seen all week, though, this table's been pretty good. No complaints from the players at all.
No, only one complaint from me, JJ. The pockets are too big. Let's make it difficult. Let's get some excitement. I understand that we're in a pool room as well. I get it.
If you just look at the face of it, you know, if you're at the table, I wouldn't say it's that big, but again, the condition's so good. A lot less humid outside today, and coming up for the side 1 rail. Well, he's got to kind of control everything now. He's got to play a little bit of a steep one. think he can cut it in the side and come one rail, kind of killing the cue ball. Maybe a little above the head string. Corner to me, you just have to play short side on the purple 5. I think it's got to be the side pocket with a lot of low, maybe a little low and a lot of left. I'm trying to dig on this a bit.
Going around the world with the cue ball. This needs to travel and it needs to stay away from the 9. Can he spin the cue ball up behind the 8?
Yeah, you got to come across it kind of slowly with the right English. You could chip it super thin, I guess. But that one seems to me gets away from the players quite often.
Yeah, also you'd probably leave some form of jump, and we know the modern day era, they're not scared of pulling the short stick out. That's the shot he's played. Did he go after the middle there?
Yeah, with the right English, you come across it, it kind of kicks to the right a little bit when you do that slowly, so you can beat a lot of angles that really aren't there. You talked about one pocket the other day. Have you ever played that? You learned kind of those shots, going up to the end rail all kinds of ways.
I've not played it, JJ. I know you keep trying to get me to have a game, but you're going to have to look after me.
No, I said we were just talking about it.
Oh, okay.
I got to get my 100 back somehow.
Yeah, you keep thinking I'm some kind of like undercover one pocket player for some reason.
No. Never thought that, really. Undercover period, maybe.
Well, the short stick's out.
Yeah, maybe a little 9-ball action. If he plays the 5 to the hole with a normal shot, the 9's not going to go. But with the jump cue, you never know. The ball bouncing a little bit.
Could hit it bad and fluke it in the top left, where his hand is as well. Oh, wow. Very rare we don't see the players get over the ball.
Yeah, that's almost always a miss hit on the cue ball. They didn't, hit it squarely, so you don't get the energy into the cue ball and therefore make it rise as it should.
Yeah, the modern day jump cue, the way the cue makers make them these days, it kind of does the work for you.
Yeah, the actual technique is a little different these days because the equipment's so good. Not really much arm power in it. It's more of a wrist action right at impact.
Tied the match up. Our other feature table is also going along close as well. Feliciano has pulled the rat back. That's now 5-4 to Cheng. Is the 3 going to spin enough? No, it's not. So
James playing exceptionally well. It's just been the break slowing him down. Now 2 dry breaks here in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, that's okay. The 1 ball still goes. He's just double checking the angle, because once potting the 2, cue ball's going to be running towards the 5 as he rolls further down the table. Wants to keep the 3 over the pocket, like so.
Gotta kind of play this mild a little bit to make sure no kind of big mistake happens. Just come 1 rail between the 6 and 9, just maybe not even much past the 6 really. As long as he can avoid the purple. Yeah, he played it light. I think that was a smart shot. Really just try to get that shot on the red 3.
This is going to bounce off just nice. Cue ball needs to keep going. Get past the 6. Nice again from Ruiz. It's been a fantastic tournament all in all. I know we're still got a long way to go. Semi-finals and final will be played tomorrow, but this is all building up nicely to the Hanoi Open, which starts on Tuesday 10th through to the 15th. I believe it's around 40 minutes away from where we are, JJ.
Yeah, something like that. I'm sure traffic has something to do with it. Big city here, Hanoi, and 8.5 million people that live in the area. It's going to be a great event. I mean, the venue over there looks awesome. Of course, it's been awesome here in this pool room. Just really can't wait to see the amount of fans that show up throughout the week. New pool was big in Vietnam, but nothing like until I've arrived here.
Yeah, even last night, JJ, we went for a little walk, didn't we, down by the lake. We come outside the hotel. As soon as we step outside the hotel, there's a guy on a moped asking for a picture and sign some sort of poster. Where did he appear from? He just comes screaming down the street.
Yeah, absolutely. Knew who Box Office Boys was, that's for sure.
No, it was you, Double J.
No, and then on the way back, we saw some more with pool cues, and they have a lake not just a few blocks away, and there were thousands of people down there enjoying themselves. And I'll tell you what, I know it's heavily populated, but it seems like the community just get along great, even though, you know, there's mopeds going everywhere. It seems so busy, but last night everyone was just enjoying their Saturday evening, and it looked like something to be a part of. Well, this is what we saw so often, that look at the blue 2 after his break, and I think he may just have to spin this a little bit to get around the 3. Speed control is important, though, because the 3 to the 4, back to the 5, and this is going to get a little past it. And the problem is it didn't get a whole lot past it, creating a little more angle. So now a big decision. What is a very difficult layout. I wonder if he draws this to the side rail. No, he's going with a high ball, so a lot of movement here needed. And that's what I mean. The pocket's not playing any tougher that much, really. But the rails are playing a little better to try and manipulate at times.
Yeah, you get more bite, don't you, with the cue ball, because on a brand new cloth with a brand new ball, that'd be very hard to avoid the 9-ball. So much so he'd probably have to play the other shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's another reason why these players, you know, best in the world. Of course, this guy's ranked #1, but being able to manipulate the cue off some funny situations, well, that's got to do wonders for his confidence.
Yeah, how well did he hit that? He's been #1 for a while now. Good to finally have a ranking, JJ, where someone can be #1 for a while as well.
Yeah, and it makes sense because, you know, you have so much more data, right? It's not just someone reigning because they won 1 or 2 of the big events that we have. It's and the rankings on down the list, not just the #1 guy.
There's that little hand twitch that you get with Ruiz. It's just his mannerisms, just the way he plays.
He likes this outside spin, even kind of rolling it. Well, he kind of stunned Drew it a little bit. He's going to be okay with this, especially being a right-hander.
Decent run out. Let's have a little check on the other table. Give you a little score update as we see the replay. That was a nice shot. I had to time that one. There's that little hand movement. You can see it's after the shot, but quite funny to watch from the world #1. Table 2 is tied at 5-5. Two more matches a little bit later as well. Niels Fine will be back in action. Fantastic win earlier against Woodward. I think Woodward was 7-1 up.
Yeah, he, you know, had a couple things at the end he'd like to have back, but he said he really didn't do a whole lot wrong after 7-1 up. Niels got an opportunity and took full advantage. And now look at the blue 2. Nothing easy though, but I think, you know, I think the tables. I think Niels can still win on any table, but I think, you know, with the pockets playing a little more friendly and his experience, he's breaking the balls better and better with this format. I think he's the type of guy who could snap this off.
Yeah, well, he's got a tough match a little later. He plays Anton Raga. And last but not least, our other quarterfinals later this evening is Fuche Wei against Fedor Gorst. Gorst going along nicely as well. So, big names here. That's a good shot. Long combination. I know the 5 was near the pocket, but you still got to hit it sweet.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's 2 combinations in this match that have been really good. One from either player. But just the shot itself can make you a little mentally sideways. That's, I think, what makes you miss it more than anything. It's a funny one. He's good at the stun. I think that's the way he'll go. He can do the top and side as well, but the speed has got to be pretty nice.
Needs to keep going. This 8-ball's a big ball now. Don't know if he can avoid it. I would say he can't, but need another angle, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, he wants right English on this shot. That's what makes it hard to avoid, because you'll hit the 4 a little thicker. Straight ball, I think he avoids it, but position, I don't know if that's really there with just straight English. I'll tell you what he could do with straight, but that requires more speed, which also may cause him to catch a little piece of the 8. I was going to say he could go up longer for, more towards the head string for a shot on the 6. Is he ducking here? Or just sizing things up?
Just doesn't know what shot to play. He knows the cue ball's going into the 8. Yeah, I also did look at the safety.
Oh, it was like guaranteed, right? So you're really on the fence about the offensive shot. Why not?
Good hit. Needs a little love. And he hasn't got it. This 4 ball will pass. All the balls are in the open. No real work to do. Just get past this first shot. Get the cue ball back out.
Yeah, you want to draw this a little bit because he's going to fall a little to the right. So you don't want to cue over the 7. May stun this to the rail, actually. There's more angle. This view really shows us. Yeah, move that easily.
Where's the cue ball going here, by the way? Very close to the side. Down it goes. 3-rack lead. Sanchez Ruiz is kicking on in this quarter-final match. This was a nice opener, bit of distance.
Yeah, nice combination. Got to the 4. Had to play a safety. Did end up getting the shot behind it. And now a 3-game lead.
The other feature table is a lot closer. Feliciano's took a rack 6-5 over Cheng.
Yeah, the 2 up the table. And again, FSR is so good percentage-wise. When he breaks, makes a ball, and gets the look at the ball. You know, we had that kind of goofy situation with the push-out earlier in this match where kind of shocked us both with the push-out and then snookered himself with the push-out. But plays those percentages well. He executes even better. I'll tell you, hard for me not to cut at this, but you know, if them safeties hold up, and they don't always, but if they hold up more often than not, very good kind of components to have to win a lot of matches. It leads towards winning tournaments. I think he's got to go for this cut. He can come 2 rails at the pink, maybe between the pink and the red. Caught a little thick, so he's going to catch the pink. Get pretty perfect.
A little bit in between here, isn't he? He's got to get a lot of spin getting on this cue ball to get where he's just pointed.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go 4 rails. And even stunning 1 rail between the 9 and 5 still could offer a little bit of an angle you don't like. Is he going to kill this with a lot of spin and stay underneath? It's not a bad idea, really. Because you can draw back 1 rail if you happen to fall straight. Now, he really played a nice speed. That was the good thing about that shot. If he goes another foot, that angle's a little funny.
Can be a tough player to stop when them racks start getting on the board of the Spaniard. Starts to break away from his opponent. A little bit like Aranas, to be fair. Good front runners. That's the thing with Ruiz, though. Now and again, he will miss a shot like that.
Well, I think he got a little quick with the takeaway on that one. It was really short for him. Not saying he's got a super long backswing, but it's not short normally. Don't think any coincidence there. And a huge 9-ball here for James. He's kind of been sat in the chair. FSR taking a lot of time on each shot.
Yeah, this is your time to be counted. Can he pot this 9? He can't. Fires it home. Keeps him alive. He'll get the break. It's now 6-4. I believe we're going to take a timeout, so myself and JJ will also be back in a couple of minutes. The missed 9-ball in the previous rack has meant Aranas stole the rack, potted a good 9-ball himself. He now breaks, trailing 6-4. Oh, that's a nice break. Where's the cue ball? Doesn't get a shot on the 2. The pool god smiling down on Ruiz.
Guess he has an edge. Not sure what he can do with it. Bits of a roll here, and such a tough position to push out. Thought he could make a cut, maybe play safe from there. First kind of roll he's gotten in the match that I can recall.
Can you see a piece of this too?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. He's wanting to play this with a hair of right English. He has to have a little right to avoid the kiss, I believe. Trying to cross the 2 over. If he does just straight English, I think he does catch a kiss. And right English, this is the problem. You know it's going to deflect a little left. And with a small piece on the 2, very hard to apply side. Maybe better kicking to the side rail here, trying to play a little kick and stick on the 2.
Yeah, I think there is an edge, but I don't think that there's enough edge.
Oh, when it's that thing, Carl, I mean, you can't really control a whole lot, especially being that far away from it. So I think the kick and stick here is okay. You got to look at the 5-6. I know that's difficult with the 4 down table. Now, can James get the 2 into the 7? Come back around behind the pink? Is he going to play the cross-side bank? It's not bad. Kind of pull it deep into that upper left corner, 2 rails out. Take a little bit of a long shot on the 3, but should be okay to hold for the 4 to get back to a difficult 5. I like him banking at this. Trying to turn the match around a little bit. It's only 6-4, but, you know, kind of things haven't been on his side, right?
Yeah, I don't mind it as well, because I think the 5 passes the 6 in this corner.
Yeah, it definitely does, and that's why I was talking about pulling it up the rail deep into that corner, kind of slowing the cue ball down, knowing you're getting that angle, going to be off the rail. I think the key to this shot, a lot of people say hit it light, but you don't want to fire it, but just make sure you kind of commit. You're going to slide it down the rail nicely.
Done well, got the cue ball out. He's got a lovely angle to come back into this little bottom right section for the 5. So big rack, big moment coming up here.
Yeah, you notice how he didn't hit it lightly. He went ahead and let the tip position kind of kill the ball. That way he can make the stroke that he likes. That takes a while to figure that out, and it seems like when the nerves are high, you try to be a little too accurate instead of just kind of swinging the cue. Now James getting a little pep in his step.
Missed the trick there. Should have been coming way out for a similar shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't worry about that getting away from you. You can handle 10, 12 inches above the 6. I think he can hold the ball pretty nicely, though. And again, the 8's not in a bad spot, so just get something decent on the 7.
Well, JJ, he listened to you. He decided to attack the table. Played the bank on the 2. What a fabulous run out it was from there. 6-5.
Yeah, and Ruiz really did all he could with the kick shot, I thought. Just Aranas played a bit better one with the bank. And then some nice shots from there. Long distance 3. Nice shot on the 4 to get on the 5. Nice little kill shot here.
Power on the break, a lot more power.
Yeah, and I don't blame him, right? You can't be stubborn. Kind of started at the end of his last match. He had 2 dry breaks to end that match. He's had 2 already, maybe 3 in this match. So I like that. Of course, you can't give up on your break after one you didn't like, maybe even 2, but you can't be stubborn either.
Michael Feliciano is on the hill, 9-6 over Kupo Cheng. Could he be the first player into the semi-finals? Oh, he's missed the pot. Missed it by a white and all. Needs the cue ball to keep going. At least there's a bit of distance.
Yeah, we'll get a better look here. I think FSR may have to go. He's got a 2-rail angle to go between the brown 7 and the pink 4. The reason why I say that, I think the shake of the head he had is he doesn't have a safety he really is, in love with. Can't easily overcut the 2 and kind of control everything. Also, you're putting the 2 somewhat near the 9 if you don't get a snooker. Don't want to just bank the 2 but down table, and leave him an option to play an easy safety back at you. I think he's got to go at this. He's elevating. Is he trying to bank this 2 rails and slide 1 rail behind the 9? I think you got to bank the 2 straight down the table and go at the 6 with the cue ball. If you feel good about it, don't let the 2 go all the way down. That way the cue ball does get held behind the purple. Just a little past the middle, I think, with the blue 2. He's hitting it super light. Not bad.
Depends how much of this 2 ball he can see. Well, we can see enough, JJ, so Ruiz has a good chance of playing the hook.
Oh, he can get to the left side of the 2 ball. He has it all.
Can't get to the left.
Okay, with all that traffic down table, though, if he chips it, of course, he can get a snooker, but shouldn't be like a devastating snooker and really should have some kick options. I think it's touchy, though. I feel like FSR is kind of feeling the heat a little bit at the moment. I mean, he immediately looked for the snooker option from the end rail there on the 2, and he played a great shot. All right, he's going to put some speed on this, trying to get some kind of separation, something, maybe a little fortune. Doesn't appear so. All right, a little flat on the 3, but he can handle a little cut on the pink. Very open part of the top of the table. Purple 5 does go by the 6, so he can actually go above the 9 here if he wants one rail pretty easily.
Michael Feliciano is our first player through to tomorrow's semi-finals. He beats Kupo Cheng 10 racks to 6. Looking good here, Ruiz. Centre of the table is fine.
And James really hasn't missed many balls in this tournament, but a big one here in this game.
Seems to be the story of the week. The main table just seems to be a hair slower than the others.
Yeah, this was a lot of control here with the object ball. Cue ball, of course, was always going to be on that path, but getting that speed right really put James in a terrible situation where he just really had to rely on luck.
(7-5). Ruiz has got the break. Misses the 1 ball. 7 balls going close. Dry break.
Yeah, and he's got a pocket for the 1 in the upper right. He's got an easy safety. He's also got a combination that isn't that difficult. See there, a lot of kisses, not much movement. think he's supposed to attack here, whether it be the one in the upper corner, the 1-7 combo. I mean, it is missable. Kind of like his chances making it, though, the combination. Or the one in the upper right. I think the one in the upper right's a little more difficult, a little more of a blind pocket. But he can knock it in and just go from there. Play easy position on the 2, and now 2 balls missed in the last couple games.
Cue ball needs to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, first glance at that 6-8, you might think it doesn't play, but it does play, and moving the cue ball, not very needed with the 7 hanging. So it's more about the 4 to the 5, which is going to be a little difficult with the 9 kind of cutting off some of the movement off the pink 4. Getting back for the purple 5, and the 6-8. It's a little troublesome trying to come across. Probably comes across 2 rails off the pink. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. You still got to deal with what looks like a little bit of an awkward 2-3. Nah, it's not that bad. He can go through. Just got to make sure he stays away from getting elevated. I think it's a conscious effort to play a little slower here.
Yeah, I mean, he took forever over that just to roll the cue ball through.
Yeah, not just.
I was looking at the table, JJ, thinking, am I missing something here? Obviously, something's a bit tight. It's, something going on.
Well, it's almost like I don't know, I hate to say it, but I feel like he's using it against Aranas a bit. I mean, Aranas has come off and missed a couple of shots, and no excuses, of course, but He's kind of started the match that way, and he's continued, really. Had a little spurt where he shot a few balls in somewhat more like we're used to seeing from FSR, but really on the grind here.
A few mind games. That's perfect.
And again with the 7 over the pocket, 6 does play. Limited cue ball movement, but not too necessary. Yeah, I used to play a lot of players that had that same kind of movement. It's almost like the knees buckle a little bit for Ruiz at times. Should cheat the pocket here, coming 2 rails underneath the 9. Back at the 8, trying to get a little angle. Oh, he left himself a lot of angle. Probably want another foot or so out of that cue ball.
Just make the 8 ball. Cue ball's going to come over. It's all about potting the 8. That was better. A lot better. Went in clean. Okay, the slower pace from FSR has got him another rack. He will play Feliciano if he goes on to win this match in the semi-finals tomorrow. This is quarter-final action. Hooked on the 2, maybe tempted with a jump.
Yeah, I don't think the cross corner kick is terrible. 2 sitting in a real nice position. With the 3 near the pocket, not a whole lot covering it. I think the jump seems more dangerous than the kick. Probably be the push out. FSR really likes his chances to get in that when he gets in that kind of battle of, you know, decisions and what might be a little kick shot here and there, something subtle on the tactical side. Really not entertaining the kick cross corner.
I think the kick is the shot. I like it, especially where the 2 ball is. We've seen it a couple of times today as well, and it really sets up nice when you look at where the cue ball is in line with the middle pocket and that middle diamond. You can use a bit of the aiming system, and he's not even looked at it though, has he?
No, gets overlooked a bit more often than we think. I think earlier today we saw it get overlooked by another player. This one's difficult, I tell you. He's got to go a decent ways over the 9. Not too bad, but considering where the 2's at and it's an angle. No problem.
Closing in on a semi-final spot. Next 2 quarterfinals, 8 p.m. Fedor Gorst against Fu Che Wei. Niels Fayent against Anton Raga. I think he has a little bit of an angle. Well, that must mean he's straight with where he's pointed.
Yeah, I don't think he's looking at like a top inside. You would figure that angle maybe having him draw the cue ball towards that left middle. I think he can come back and take a little bit of a thin one on the 6. Could go one rail with some heat on this. Trying to go into the 6 maybe.
Straight will be interesting.
Very straight. And a bit from the pocket. So the rail first shot. Not easy. And this is where the slick table really hurts you a lot of times. Your club table, a little more grippy. If you just have a hint, you know, and you put a little pace on it, you can usually figure out a way to get the cue ball out.
I wonder if he can kind of stop the cue ball where it is. Just leave that potting angle. Just back yourself to pot the 7.
I think he can. He's looking at the rail first now, which I think, you know, high ball is how you want to hit most rail first shots. I mean, and that ball is going to, you know, the speed has to be absolutely perfect to come up with a shot on the 7, not getting snookered, not too much to where the 7 is too thin or maybe a bank. I think he can pinch it back maybe 2-3 inches and get that shot on the 7 you were talking about. Last resort for FSR at the moment, though.
Very indecisive, though. It took a long time to make a decision here. It's almost like if you keep getting back down and back up, the angle's going to change, but it isn't going to change.
Well, I think that's where the shot clock's kind of important. These players are so great that, you know, if they keep getting to look at it, they're going to figure out the best percentage, it seems like. And it's in every game. It almost looks like he could cheat it now, entertaining a safety, edging the 6.
I think you just play a stop shot. Just back yourself to pot the 7. He knows the pockets are kind on this table.
Anton Roga, he'll be up in the next round. He's playing the safety, and also FSR is good at that leveling the cue out from distance, you know, and knocking that tough ball in.
Well, I've seen it all there. Safety can't be the shot. It can't be the shot. Just pot the 6 and back yourself to pot the 7 in a big pocket.
Even if you had to draw past the 9 and take a little thinner cut on the 7, you know, from maybe further down the bottom rail on the left-hand side. I agree with you. It's been hard for me to play safe there.
I understand it on the outside tables at last week's US Open, where you've got to pot that 7 a lot cleaner. But even there, I think it's worth a go. Never mind here on this table. Wow. Aranas has got phenomenalised. Did he have laser eye as well, like Sanchez?
That I'm not sure, but I think the key to edging that ball is, again, don't let up. You notice he made a pretty full stroke at the ball, and I've always said Earl and I thought Shane were the best. And they do the same. When you don't let up, the ball cuts cleaner. Doesn't drag as much. Okay. Shot that he really excels at. All about the hit and the speed. Did he leave a kiss shot on the 8 just in case he didn't want to attack the 6?
This is awkward. Unless he can play a little slowish, if that's even a word, and come near the 9. Possibly carry him the 8. So cue ball into the 6, then into the 8, pocket the 8, stay at the table.
I think that's the shot I like, really, if it's playable.
Maybe we'll have to come over the top of the 7 here. I believe that's a bigger angle than it looks. Maybe he's okay, actually. Looks like he's playing it with a bit of left. Yeah, good shot. He was okay there. Ruiz sat in his chair. Maybe he's thinking, I should have potted the 6, backed myself to pot the 7. Now we're looking like 8-6.
Yeah, James really hasn't got the break going in so many ways. When he does pocket a ball, not really coming away with much of a shot. And he's had, I think, 3 dry ones.
Interesting rack, but it's gone the way of the Filipino James Aranas. Just 2 behind now. He'll have the break in the next. The winner to play Feliciano in the semi-finals tomorrow. $25,000 to the winner. And whoever snaps this title off, I'm sure is going to be feeling very good come next week's Hanoi Open. Starts on Tuesday. Oh, the 1 ball was close. Hit both jaws.
Yeah, and the break has really been a big difference in this match for James. Really just hasn't gotten the rhythm going. I think he's missed a few balls. Had Sanchez at the table quite a bit. Taking a lot of time on what seems like not that difficult of decisions.
Yeah, the 1 ball actually at the point 3 times. This is awkward though. Maybe he can thin snip it in. If he can, it's very thin. Cue balls flying around the table.
Yeah, but I think he does take that chance, even though he hasn't taken a lot of chances in some other situations. I think Bustamante was the best at the back cut and to the side that I've ever seen, that being Francisco Bustamante. Speaking of great Filipinos.
Played it slow, behind the 8.
It's a little light. Time for James to come with a big shot. It does pass. I think he can get at it.
Big shot coming up. Right in the middle of the pocket. Needs the cue ball to slow down. He's on the blue too. Just double checking here whether to come across the top of the purple 5 or come through the gap. I think across the top is the sensible move.
Yeah, and that's that stroke he likes. So there's a lot of options on the pink 4 and the purple 5. The 6 is near the pocket.
Yeah, and the fact he's come that far across is even better, because now he can play the 5 into the bottom left. He could also come across it and play for the middle. There's no real issue there. Whichever way he fancies this. Yeah, that's understandable. Good shot. Cast your mind back. The 6th ball from Ruiz. It was 8-5 up when he made that decision. He'd have been a favourite to pop the 7 up the rail from distance. That could have got him on the hill. Aranas would have needed the last 5 racks. Chose against it. This is where we're at. What's this to bounce?
Yeah, it's easy for a spectator or a commentator to make this statement, but without being a player. But you know, if his opponent missed, right, and left him that tough 7 ball off the rail, he'd kind of feel good about it.
Yeah, you're right. It is very easy to talk about it in here. Never missed a ball, sat down. But we are in for an exciting finish now. Great 1 ball to start this rack. 8-7. Ruiz has called a timeout, so me and JJ are going to take one also. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Back to the action, the end of this match. Who is going to win? Well, we just don't know. Aranas to break.
Yeah, such a capable breaker. You got to feel like it's going to turn around here.
Got action here, JJ. Thin snip on the 3 or the bank. This may give us a better indication.
I think they're both playable. I think the bank's where we're going to end up seeing him play. Played one in the last match and ended up putting a couple racks behind it. He's looking at the cut. He's sizing it up.
Bank guarantees position on the pink 4. The thin cut may go wrong position.
And I think it's just as missable, to be fair. And the thing about the cut is, depending on what part of pocket, really makes a huge difference on this type of thin one as far as the cue ball. So you can always know you're going to be good with the cue ball on the bank just because you manipulate that way. The banks, you don't think about it as much. You play the cue ball more and then you adjust everything on the aim to help the cue ball with the bank.
There's another look. Often we see catches that short rail, spins into the pocket. This is a chance, but it's not a roadmap. He's got a little bit of work to do just because of where the 8 and 9 sits.
Well, he's got to come for the side here, I believe. I mean, that just gives you too many options to get nice on the 7. You see the bottom left part of the table very clear if he's got to move the cue ball off the 6 to the 7. Rail first.
Wants an angle because he's got to get over onto the right side of the table. That's okay. It's more than okay. It's perfect. Anywhere over on the right hand side rail, leave yourself a pot on the 8. How's the cue ball? Looks good. A little tester. Didn't quite get into it to make it guaranteed, but still okay.
Yeah, and I wonder, it's almost identical to the 7 he missed at the end of the match against On. One of the few mistakes he made, if the only mistake. He played it just a little to the high point. So it looks like he's going to play with outside and come 2 rails around the 9.
From that angle, it actually looks like he's perfect, doesn't it? Just to bop it in, really, and play the 9 in the same bag. But I know what you mean, because he missed that ball. I think SVB would shoot the 9 in the same pocket as the 8.
Well, I don't really think there's a... When you're close, I don't really think there's a bad way as far as your decision. I mean, it'd be obvious if it was a terrible decision. But if he comes 2 rails out, the thing about James is he just kind of... he's the type player just wanting to make sure he doesn't play it like in a bad way. He wants to increase his percentages, but what he's got to realize is he just knocks the ball in just about as good as anyone.
Yeah, I just think, when you're in this com box for as long as we've been over the years now, it's just the type of shot I just feel SVB plays a little high left and just knocks it in. James, because he missed that 7 earlier. Yeah, this was okay. Kind of talking himself, I wouldn't say out of it, but maybe just wants to make sure.
Yeah, maybe a little too much stress about the shot itself.
Yeah, and the scoreline is down. It's been all about Ruiz to a degree. This is to tie the match up. Eight in this quarter-final classic, what it's turned out to be. Race to 10. Effectively, it's now a race to 2. The Filipino will have the break.
And I think he's going to continue to break well from here, is the feeling I get. Never know about an awful kiss on the cue ball or something like that.
Yeah, and the rack opened up with a nice bank on the red 3. Needs a ball. Oh, that last little roll of the cue ball has made such a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, the 1 doesn't play anyways, but you may see a more effective safety if he isn't so jacked up. Probably now just a soft roll if he can reach it to put him behind the pink.
Yeah, if the 8 ball and the cue ball wasn't there, you could just simply roll up. He could reach it, but not only is he stretching, he's got to be striking down on the cue ball now.
Yeah, with that big group of balls in the middle, I mean, he might chop the 1 into the pink and run the cue ball back behind the 6 and 7 and all that. Now he's going to push out, it appears. Where do you push out, though? The kiss shot on the 4 is not hard.
He's not attempted to reach it yet, so that tells us he physically can't reach it, I don't believe. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I think he can, actually. I mean, it's just barely past the side. I wouldn't say FSR is a tall man, but I wouldn't call him short. I think he's got to look at trying to reach this. Unless he's, you know, I don't think the execution is that hard if he can reach it. I actually think, I'm sure he recognizes that chip on the 1, as long as, you know, if he doesn't want to be delicate all jacked up, he could, a lot of room for error to cut the 1 into the pink and run the cue ball back behind the 6, 7, 8, and 2. It's just very hard, even being as great tactically as he is, to continually win against these other great players pushing out.
What's happened here? Where's Ruiz gone?
He's going at the equipment, it looked like, to maybe put a few extensions together. He'd gotten out the rest for a moment.
So he's attempting to roll the cue ball onto the pink 4, onto the top of the pink 4.
I tell you what, I might run behind. Even jacked up, I think he's got a ton of room for error, like I said. Cutting the 1, going 1 rail by the 9. Look at the 6, 7, 8, and 2.
Even with the bridge, though.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm better with a little more speed with the bridge than I am trying to be super delicate. I don't like to push at all.
Well, the bridge has gone back down again. So here comes the push.
He's got to swerve it. I don't think that unless he gets the cue ball over quite a bit. Is the pink just not an easy shot? Not easy, but very playable?
There's distance.
Yeah, I know, but he can cut the 1 thin. That means he can put a little more speed on it.
Well, could he not bank the 1 up towards that top left area?
Absolutely, and just run into the pink on the top side. Bank the, what Carl's saying is bank the 1 between the 9 and 5, knowing the pink's going to slow the cue ball down, trying to use that 6, 7, 8, and 2.
Yeah, you've just got to make sure you avoid the centre pocket with the 1 ball.
Well, this goes back to where I think you just have to try and figure something out. And what I said the other day when you were asking me about the push out and little explanations, like Nick Varner told me, just do everything you can not to give it back. It has to be super difficult otherwise. Maybe a situation, you know, like a score. Maybe you find a player, you know, struggling. I think he's going to play your shot, Carl. What he's worried about is catching the top of the pink and the cue ball going to the side rail and back over. Like catching the pink too thin.
Yeah, and if you're thinking this is a little bit of slow play, let's not forget it's 8-8. You know, race to 10. So this is a little bit more understandable now. Decisions have to be correct.
Yeah, and you know, if you look at it, even when the shot clock is there, see, this is a good shot as well, and this is the shot I was talking about to start the game. Just so much cover. You can take a chance at hitting the side pocket, maybe having a bad roll with the cue ball, but you know, get back to your comment about, you know, taking a little more time. Well, after the break, even when the shot clock is implemented, they get a minute because the push out is so important.
Easy hit. What's not easy is avoiding the 9 ball with the 1 ball.
Yeah, he's really a genius at these shots, though. May not get a rail if he catches the 9 just right. So good at those.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot. Exactly how he lined it up.
Well, James has got to calculate a little more difficult kick. Can he get to the left side rail above the 9 and go 1 rail to try and kind of kick and stick? Catching the 1 full? Or is the 9 in the way?
It's a tight one. You can certainly go 2 rails into it, but we know why that is a little bit more difficult to get safe. He's coming around to have a look. I don't know if you can get to where you said, JJ, just because you feel like you'd be looking already, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and the more you look at it, it's, you know, not even the first diamond past the side is really the angle you kind of want to go at, and that's definitely eliminated. I'll tell you, I don't think he can get a ton of speed going to the top rail and really spinning into this ball. Still may have to go 2 rails here. Similar shot. Not as good a layout, but a similar kind of shot that FSR just pulled off.
Well, is he looking now with the 1 railer?
Yeah, maybe he plans on hooking it with some draw, maybe. Because, I mean, if he does hit it, a lot of good things can happen. If you hit it thin, you can still get separation. If you hit it full, you know, you want, that's really the target, is the full hit on the 1.
Yeah, because JJ's looking at the 9, the 8, the blue 2, the brown 7, the green 6. They're all in that centre area of the table. So good things can happen. That's what JJ's talking about. He's played it slow.
Yeah, he was trying to really gin it going behind the 3 with the cue ball. And I think you just have to increase your percentages there and go with speed.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's more like a shot at, if the one's a little closer to the side rail and you really feel like you can gauge the accuracy of the hit on the 1. Now, is this falling straight? Does he have to go underneath the 3 to the rail to get outward for the 2? Well, you got to believe you dig on the cue ball before doing that.
Needs this to keep rolling. May be able to draw in between side pocket and that 7, in that little gap and back through the green and the brown.
Yeah, the table draws a little better. And that's key for beating these angles. You don't have to hit it quite as hard, so the draw takes a little quicker. Don't get as much bounce effect off the object ball. I think the real worry here is maybe a miss, or catching the 6 coming one rail. Really nice. One of his better strokes of the match.
Yeah, I underrated that. The camera just makes it look easy, but as you said, JJ, very easy to just miss that ball, send it into one of the jaws.
Because you're using a bit of side as well, trying to manipulate the angle.
Yeah, so you've got to allow for that a little bit.
Yeah, I used to love this shot. Shooting this with like a middle right English and really using the second rail to gain some spin, bringing the cue ball down between the 4 and 9. Only problem is, if you overhit it on the slick table, it may not move that much off the second rail. You have to really kind of smooth it down there. Kind of like a 3 cushion shot. Middle right. Watch the heavy spin. It didn't take much. It's okay, though.
Yeah, I think you were trying to come through your gap.
Key, though, was the speed. He really played a controlled speed. So he got a lot out of the cue ball. Little stretch. Gonna be with the most likely the rest. Could use maybe the extension. May not need either. I'd like to be pretty aggressive going at this 6. If you kind of stun this, could end up a little flat near a cushion. I think he's going to run it.
Yeah, Ruiz plays a little bit of snooker for fun back home in Spain. So I'm sure he would have used the bridge quite a lot at that game.
Yeah, and plays it pretty well from what I hear.
Yeah,
for part-time guy.
Yeah, definitely, along with David Alcade, his buddy. I'm sure David sat front row out there watching this match. Usually is.
I think he qualified or did something in like a Spanish snooker tournament or something like that.
I think they had the Gibraltar Open, one of the lower ranking events, but it's still a ranking event on the World Snooker Tour. And I don't know how he got in the event, to be honest, but anyway, he played, and I think he beat one of the ranked players, one of the lower ranked players. Pretty funny, with his pool cue as well. Where's Phil Yates when you need him, JJ?
I know, right? We'll have him soon. I'm sure he's in the air right now, maybe. be long, let's say. I'm glad the weather cooled off a little bit for Phil. Absolutely gorgeous day today.
Just wants this to bounce a little bit. Just takes the heat off you. Finally, Sanchez Ruiz is the first player on the hill in this very exciting quarter-final match we've had from two of the young guns on tour, two of the most exciting players on tour. Beautiful kick shot here, JJ.
Yeah, he hit it perfect, exactly how he calculated it. A little surprising on the return kick with the light speed from James, but you know, he's the one out there. He's the one battling, making all these great shots as well. So hard to second guess too much.
Yeah, and the pot on the blue too was also very underrated. Breaking for the match.
Yeah, and he's definitely been the better breaker in this match so far. Still got to dry one or two himself. A couple of them didn't open as much as he'd like. Got to leave that all behind now. Well, this looks perfect. Everything's going to miss the cue ball. Avoids the elevation over the 6. The 3 near. And if he can maintain anything like he has for some time now, James Aranas' tournament life is looking a little peaked at the moment. And really nothing to stress over here at all. It's just a little draw stroke, 1 rail out. 3 goes by the 7, I believe. Maybe a hair tight. Maybe it doesn't go at all. Maybe that is the worry. I thought it definitely had a pocket. You can see, though, the pink 4, the 5's open. 6, 7, middle and up the table, but near each other. So he's not taking any more time. So I think the 3 does play by the 7, and that's just going by what we've seen as far as, you know, how he's taken on things in this match. Thought he would dig on it a little more there, but especially if the 3's any kind of tight.
Just one good shot. Get the cue ball moving forward. Long bridge as well if it's tight. He's okay, JJ.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a quick one. I don't believe that was tight.
No, it wasn't tight at all. I think the long bridge, first off, but there's that quicker backswing I was talking about earlier, and it doesn't come out too often, but definitely got a little snatchy. Watch how, well, it got a little length, but it definitely was a little speedy. Hard to tell on the slow motion replay. Got a roll behind it, though, it appears. But still, James Aranas is elated to be at the table. Many a times he's come away with a kick that has won him a match from this position.
Yeah, for sure. But like you said, Ruiz definitely got away with one there. You don't deserve to get away when you cue one so bad, especially at 9-8. I mean, that 3 ball could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, and he wasn't trying to go into the pink with the cue ball. Just all got away from him there. Got a few rolls at the beginning of the match. You know, the cue ball kind of got away, hovered over a pocket a couple times, avoiding scratches. Now he's going to try and kick it in the lower right, getting some separation. It's pretty natural. Only thing is, kicking on the slick table is a little more difficult to feel as accurate.
Here we go. 2 rail kick into the bottom right corner. cue ball to float up table for a shot on the 4. Close. Needs to hold up.
It is close, but I kind of feel like the shot is there. Definitely, I think he can get at it.
You think?
I think so. Maybe not.
Yeah, it's very tight.
No, maybe not. So maybe Aranas with a little bit of a break.
Deserving break as well, I feel.
Yeah. Now, can he come across this, get to the side real easily, bank the 3 just up the table mildly, trying to come over and use the 9?
Yeah, so the 7 blocks the pot.
Yeah, maybe even the 6 blocks the 3 as well. Now, if you're really worried about it, I think you can put high left on it and do the same thing and just play the 3 up top. Cue ball should kill behind the 9 off the side cushion. You can see some big deep breaths there. He's going to knock this into the purple and just hold the ball, trying to play a little percentage. Oh, he cut it. He's going to need a roll. I think he got it. Wow. Miss it there on the cue ball, trying to hold it on the end rail. Just little things have not gone James's way. And here now, he may have a sliver of the 3. If he does, he may be able to put the cue ball up behind the brown 7. You can see the jump shot. Somewhat playable, but it looks like he almost got a land on the 3. Okay, that point of the cue tells me he's got a piece of the red 3. He's going to try and put it behind the pink on a real thin hit. And let the cue ball wander up behind the brown 7.
Gone for the jump cue. He's got to get this landing near the 3. There's a lot of distance between cue ball and pink ball.
Yeah, and he had a jump he didn't get over earlier, right? He surrendered ball in hand. Wouldn't doubt he knocks this one off the table. May get a little amped up to get over this pink 4 here from some distance and land really near the 3 like you were talking about, Carl. And, you know, you and I talked about this slate, right? Pretty thick, so the ball can get bouncing pretty easy.
Chance. Big chance now. You're not always going to get away with it. I know some players feel like Ruiz has his fair share of run of the ball, but I don't believe no player does. It swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, you got to have the mentality it's going to break even in the wash, right? I think the 4 is a little thinner in that side than we think, though.
Oh, okay.
Not much, just a little. Just got to pay attention to this one, I think. Probably stay away from outside English here, really. Just float across, maybe getting towards the head string.
Well, he's having a good look. Here comes the cue ball. James's turn to play a few mind games.
You got to look at the 9. I mean, it's a little short side coming to the left, but not much. Makes total sense with where you lay now on the 7. I wouldn't try to really force it to get to the shorter pocket. You could slam it 2 rails in front of the side pocket on the top side there, but I really don't see the point. This is not hard at all to come 1 rail on the short side. And you're never going to lose the speed. You're never going to scratch. You're never going to miss hit the cue ball. Yeah, there's nothing to that there.
So after 2 hours and 20 minutes, Aranas has got this 9-ball, simple 9-ball, to send us to a 1-rack shootout. And there it is, pool fans. It's all about this final rack. There's the fist bump. A lot of respect between both players. Yeah, we didn't see the 3-ball from Sanchez that he missed. He had a good chance, missed it up into that corner where the brown 7-ball was. So he has had a chance to win the match. Two balls gonna sit up. I think he can pot it in the side, JJ.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think you're right. He can cue the bottom of the ball, which may be needed to try and get on the 3 or possibly a 3-9 combo that may have dressed up for the upper corner. It's close. Yeah, it looks a little off, and not a whole lot of options on the 3, especially from the angle he's on here. Can he go by the 4 with a high ball? 2 rails above the 3. I think it does go to the upper left. He's not taking much time, so I think that's definitely the play. Needs a little right spin, I think, to avoid the pink. That way he can catch the 2 a little heavier. Oh, nice stroke. Really nice.
Yeah, he called it, JJ, yes. So what looked awkward, when you just take a few seconds to actually look, he had a nice natural angle there.
Yeah, that's why you hear so many people say, oh, don't ever use side spin, center ball. I understand. Side spin keeps you in the stroke kind of speed you like a lot. You can create a lot of nice little natural angles. You can see he was just rolling the ball, just added a little right to make things really kind of match up for the shot.
Yeah, it widens the angle is what you're trying to tell the people watching.
Yeah, and you can manipulate so easily. It doesn't take a lot of power, really. Tip position is really how the game's designed to be played.
Been a good match overall. It's been a little slow in parts, I think that's fair to say. But race to 10-9-9. Sanchez had his chance to win, didn't take it. And now Aranas has got his chance. That's always good to see.
And he got a great chance after a real controversial safety to go up 9-5 maybe if he takes on that long, tough 7 ball you were talking about. And really, you say long and tough, and it was, but I felt he was still a favorite. I bet on all the great players when they decide to go.
Yeah, we're just picking apart the match. That's what we're here to do. But I like what you said before, JJ. They're at the table, and I don't know, sometimes things just don't seem quite as obvious. We've been there.
Yeah, no one wants to play a ball on the side, but I think he's just got to say, hey, I can pitch this back a couple inches. If I get straight, I can just shoot the 8 from that distance there, no problem. Looks like he's going to draw by it. And hard to blame that as well. Especially with this outcome.
He's feeling it, and rightfully so. You know, when you've been playing for roughly 2.5 hours, and the match has gone back and forth, all these little rolls and flicks and nudges and everything like that. This is what builds up. This is what being a pool player is about.
Yeah, absolutely. And James is grinding through, FSR really keeping him hemmed up a lot. Maybe, like you said, a little gamesmanship, not letting him get much rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, if this was the first rack, he'd have played these 3 balls now, but it's not. It's 9-9. He's heavily invested in this quarterfinal.
And we already have what will be one Filipino in the semifinal, looking to be 2.
Yeah, which would mean we're guaranteed a Filipino in the final, because the winner of this will face Michael Feliciano, who's qualified probably 40 minutes ago now.
FSR looking for another big win. It's been a little bit, but it's going to be James Aranas moving on.
Aranas it is. What a comeback. What a win. Hill action here at the Peri Nineball Open. James Aranas will be back tomorrow to play his countryman Michael Feliciano. We'll be back in around 30 minutes time.
Oh my god, I can't believe, bro. Listen to this. Holy shit, man, I hate this guy. I was gonna ask for a P for the last round, but I was
No, la tira fuerte para irme a la banda, pero yo te quiero incluido y jugarme esa bola. Claro, tenía que cortarle para que siguiera volando. Y le he pegado ahora, cuando le he pegado un poco abajo. La putada que el doble se me ha quedado, o sea, si me iba a quedar recto a la bola que tiraba, me quedo pero luego falla la 9, la 6 que se me queda recta aquí, la 9 y ahora va falla la 7, no Interview again?
Yes, okay. Because we
I'm still nervous.
You're still nervous? Great game, great game.
Okay, great.
Great, right? Yeah. The play that he missed the 9.
Xin chào quý vị và các bạn. Quả là một trận đấu cực kỳ kịch tính, xứng đáng là một trận tứ kết trong vòng tứ kết của Peri Nineball Open 2023. Và lúc đầu chúng ta đã tưởng rằng đây là một trận đấu có vẻ như là đã ngã ngũ, nhưng không, đấy là một màn lội ngược dòng tuyệt vời của James Aranas, và chúng ta đã có những cảm xúc mà chỉ thể thao mới có thể mang lại cho chúng ta. Và ngay bên cạnh tôi đây là chàng trai tuyệt vời đã giành chiến thắng ngày hôm nay. Hi Aranas, it's amazing game, right? A great game, and you just shared with me that you're still nervous, right?
Nervous until now.
Yeah. So I want to talk about the place that actually Ruiz, he missed the 9 when he lead you 6-3. So could you share a little bit about your feeling?
Yeah, he was leading like 3 games ahead, and then I was missing balls. I made a couple mistakes, and then after he missed the 9, he gave me hope to have an opportunity to get back, and then from there I fight and I just do my best.
Yes, you are doing a great job. And one more thing that because you are in the tough time, right? So do you think that the comfort, the calm is the key thing that lead you to the game today, the win today?
I mean, to be honest, the nervous is always there, but I'm just trying to calm myself as much as I can, but still I'm shaking. But I knew that I can still make ball, even though I'm shaking.
Yeah, thank you. That is amazing sharing. Vâng, vừa rồi là những chia sẻ của Aranas, và trước khi chúng tôi phỏng vấn thì Aranas có nói rằng là phỏng vấn mặc dù là tôi vẫn còn rất là lo lắng và anh ấy vẫn còn tim đập quá nhanh. Đây quả là một trận đấu tuyệt vời, bởi vì đã có thời điểm mà Aranas bị dẫn tới 6-3, và tại thời điểm mà Ruiz đã trượt con 9 thì đấy chính là thời điểm mà Aranas đã thấy được hy vọng để có thể có cho mình những game tiếp theo, và bắt đầu từ đó thì Aranas đã tận dụng mọi cơ hội mà anh ấy có để có thể chiến thắng được trận đấu này. Và cuối cùng chia sẻ từ một cầu thủ vừa bước ra từ trận đấu tuyệt vời này thì luôn luôn có sự lo lắng trong lòng mỗi cầu thủ khi họ ngồi trên bàn đấu. Tuy nhiên điều họ phải làm đó là cố gắng hết sức có thể để giữ cho bản thân bình tĩnh và mang đến những trận đấu tuyệt vời. Và đừng quên, ngay sau đây chúng tôi sẽ mang tới lượt trận thứ 2 của trận tứ kết ngày hôm nay, và đừng rời khỏi màn hình, hãy cùng đến với chúng tôi trong trận đấu thứ 2 của ngày hôm nay nhé.
Peri Open, giải đấu đẳng cấp quốc tế tại Việt Nam. Tổng giải thưởng hơn 104.000 đô la Mỹ với 128 cầu thủ, trong đó có những cầu thủ hàng đầu bảng xếp hạng Nineball Tour. Giải đấu ranking thuộc Matchroom với những diễn biến kịch tính, khó lường. Từ mùng 5 tháng 10 đến mùng 9 tháng 10 tại Peri Pool Arena, Việt Nam. Trực tiếp trên VTV+, web thể thao và Việt Nam Billiards Promotion. Peri Open, giải đấu đẳng cấp quốc tế tại Việt Nam. Tổng giải thưởng hơn 104.000 đô la Mỹ với 128 cầu thủ, trong đó có những cầu thủ hàng đầu bảng xếp hạng Nineball Tour. Giải đấu ranking thuộc Matchroom với những diễn biến kịch tính, khó lường. Từ mùng 5 tháng 10 đến mùng 9 tháng 10 tại Peri Pool Arena, Việt Nam. Trực tiếp trên VTV+, web thể thao và Việt Nam Billiards Promotion.
Xin chào quý vị và các bạn. Vậy là chúng ta sẽ đến với trận đấu tiếp theo trong lượt trận thứ 2 thuộc trận tứ kết của Peri Nineball Open 2023. Và trong trận vừa rồi chúng ta đã được chứng kiến một trận đấu vô cùng mãn nhãn giữa hai cầu thủ có thể nói là hàng đầu thế giới, và phần thắng đã dành cho Aranas. Và ngay sau đây chúng tôi sẽ mang tới cho các bạn một trận đấu thứ 2 trong lượt trận tứ kết này. Đó là trận đấu diễn ra giữa Raga và Newfagen. Sáng ngày hôm nay thì Newfagen đã có một màn lội ngược dòng tuyệt vời để ghi tên mình vào 16 cầu thủ xuất sắc nhất. Và ngay sau đây chúng tôi sẽ gửi đến quý vị và các bạn những diễn biến của trận đấu ngày hôm nay.
Welcome back after that short break from an absolute classic quarter-final clash between the world number one Ruiz, who went down 10-9 to James Aranas. So our first semi-final is all set for tomorrow. Feliciano will play Aranas, an all-Filipino clash. Up next, one of the best young talents to come from the Philippines, Anton Raga, who's playing the legend from Europe, the Terminator, Niels Feijen. JJ, how do we see this game going?
Well, I'll tell you, you got to believe Niels is riding some momentum after a big comeback win against Sky Woodward in the last round, and probably wishes he could have teed it right up right after that match. But, you know, he's a veteran, and he's just got to play off his opportunities. You would feel like Araga maybe has a little momentum heading into this Peri between the two players, but Niels has been very consistent all year. A really good break on the one in the side. Now the camera moved away. Did the template have something to do with the cue ball as it was coming near the 9? Watch the slow speed, and we'll see if we can get it all the way. Okay, it did pass. And what a starter to get this quarterfinal off.
Really enjoy watching this player, Raga. Just his quirky little mannerisms around the slate. Got all the shots.
Yeah, you know, he'll take a little time making some decisions, but I don't know if I've ever seen a great player pull the trigger so quick when down on the ball. And it's not like alarmingly quick, just a little quicker than you would suspect.
There's the close bridge we spoke about last time he was on this table. I'm sure we'll discuss that again at some point. That's finished okay.
Yeah, no worry about the line. It's just all about the speed, and he's got about a 2-foot gap, 3-foot gap, especially with the 6 near that 5. And that short bridge, if you are paying attention, you saw Aranas use it quite often in the last match. I'm a big fan of it, changing it here and there. Just keeps you where you don't have to change the stroke so much. Similar to like a wedge, like a 50-yard shot in golf. Carl give me a little bit of a wry smile with another golf reference.
Yeah, we like our golf as well as our pool. Opening rack in no time at all. Really was a fantastic run, wasn't it? The European Open, where he got to the final. Ended up losing to Al-Qaeda Hill, but what a final that was. He played phenomenal in that match.
Our real first look, and it was our first look on the World Nineball Tour from Anton Raga, was the European Open. Of course, got to that final, and what an epic final it was. But I was so impressed how he handled, you know, the moment, even at being a great player, you kind of getting your feet wet out there, and the break shot too, I thought was just exceptional. Because, you know, like any player, it's one thing to practice something, but when you're under the gun and in the real battle, it's a lot different. Now I'll talk about the break in here, a dry break in game 2. Oh no, he did get the 2 ball down, excuse me.
Cue ball went near the corner. You can see that when it comes off the bottom side of the 9, sometimes scratches. Down quick here. Gonna need a little bit of help.
Yeah, I think he was playing the bank, really, and trying to come up the side rail using the pinks, or excuse me, the green 6, and while also having position. So I don't think necessarily needed, but very good that Niels gets a very doable starter here to get engaged in this match.
Yeah, the red 3 ball is next. Maybe just a little bit of movement to the right hand side of Niels. Speed, watch out, speed. Doesn't want to be hampered.
Yeah, he can draw back for a little thin cut on the green 6 on the side. A lot of open space to run the cue ball 2 to 3 rails for the 7. He played to hold the ball, nothing wrong with that. I think the overhead fooled me a little there. I didn't think it was that easy to hold the cue ball.
Settle down cue ball. Niels actually missed a very similar shot to this in the opening match he played on this very table, and I spoke to him about it. He said because the rail was so wide, he just couldn't really get comfortable. I think the cue ball was on the rail, in fairness. There goes the 9. 2 racks played. 1 apiece. Fuche Wei has won the opening rack. That's our other quarter-final, the last quarter-final. He's playing Fedor Gorst. Fedor Gorst got a wonderful reception, JJ, when he walked in the pool room. Everyone went crazy.
Yeah, some were yelling and screaming, of course, respecting he's got to play, but trying to get as many autographs in as possible. A very well-liked player all around the world, really. Okay, a successful break off with the 1. Cue all below the rack. Just kind of trying to bend up the table a little bit, but I got a kiss on the red 3, and it's the red 3 that's going to keep him from a good look at the blue 2. You would think it's some kind of crossover here. He's going to leave the left side of the 2 is all. Cross corner bank definitely plays. Now he's looking, can I get shape on the red 3? I guess he's just going to play the 2 into the 8 and 7. Just try and bring the cue ball a couple rails down. Expected some contact there, right?
Yeah, found that little window, didn't it?
Yeah, that's why he played it just straight down, trying to utilize the pink 4, the red 3, and of course the 9.
Yeah, I was paying attention to how quick he pulled the trigger there, as you was talking about before the match starts. Very quick. As soon as he gets down, it's literally aim and fire at the cue ball.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in not adjusting when you're down. Learn to aim up top, but it's kind of the epitome of it. Kind of hard to kick this. You may kick this trying to send the 2 into the brown 7 and let the cue ball run towards the green 6. Trying to hold the 2 behind the 8 there, using the 7. It's a rolling ball. Yeah, if you hit it with any speed, it's always going to arc. It's not going to complain about this outcome, though. And he was in a bad spot anyways. Players have been allowed to practice in the back room on some of the spare tables in between matches, but that wasn't Raga. He was sweating Aranas that entire match.
This 2 ball will go along the back rail into the pocket where the green 6 is.
Looked like the 6 made a little bigger pocket as well.
Yeah, in this type of shot, as a pro, you always fancy potting it, don't you? I'm not saying you're gonna pot it, but you always fancy it when you're behind it.
Well, you're not as big an underdog as you believe. Yeah, the cue ball found that gap between the traffic so he could get at this combination now. Definitely some work, a little congestion. He's got to stay away from a few things. He's probably going to dig on the cue ball here. Very clear side of the table. You can see where the rest is at now. Just a little draw stroke.
That's just got away from him. It's gone a little close to the 8. It's going to be interesting if he can cue and just get to the right hand side of the ball. Could probably play it, well, he will play it with bottom right anyway, even if the 8 weren't there. We always like to put that little bit on. Plus that would pull it off the side rail back up for the 5.
Yeah, I think he just lost a little focus on the pot of the 3 in the side. Overcut it to the right. That's why the cue ball kind of rolled a little further and now made a very awkward shot. He was always playing for the angle to draw it. That's just how it laid.
Up.
Yeah, and I don't know if he can really dig on this cue ball. Looks like he was setting up to maybe stun 2 rails. Now he's looking to roll it. I don't like the roll shot at all. I understand you're going into the 9 trying to get a cross side bank, but I think rolling it really makes it a missable ball. Oh, what a nice shot there, and I think a very smart play.
Yeah, what a shot maker this young man is. Well, it was either very tight or it just didn't go. Because if he had a full pocket, he'd have shot that ball 100%.
Yeah, I think if he could have just shot it and kind of stopped his ball, I think it did go and he takes it on. But having to roll it kind of lightly going forward, that can't use the side rail at all. I think a pretty good decision.
Yeah, I'm sure Niels would have felt he may not get back to the table. He will probably sat in his chair, presuming the 5 ball went in the corner. So he'll feel like he's got a free swing at this ball.
Yeah, I think whatever it is, it's got to be a lot of speed put on this with the ball out in the center of the table.
Fedor's won the second rack. That match is also 1-1.
Wow, nice Nice shot. Good effort. Wasn't easy.
Took a little more time then when he was on the shot. Maybe that loose positional play from Raga may just make him think twice.
What I've noticed when he's hitting the ball a little lighter, it seems like he'll stay down on the ball a little longer. When he's putting a little more power, pulls the trigger a little quicker. But either way, I'm with you. Very, very fun player to watch, and very attacking player. And there's a good reason why. Very successful attacking.
Yeah, I think that's what just comes with that Filipino flag. Whenever you see that flag next to the number of his name in a game of pool, they just bring something different, don't they? Same as Chinese Taipei, they bring that deliberate, slow cue action. Very good with the cue ball. Cue ball always seems to be in perfect spot. With the Filipinos, everything can just be a little bit edge of the seat stuff. Great to watch.
Yeah, well, I think it's very obvious with the Filipinos how much they want it. And I think that's an attractive thing without even really thinking about it. It's just so engaged.
Number 4, Anton Rada, 2 break.
Oh, we'll get a better look here. The one down. Not the biggest of spreads. Got a few kisses on the object balls. And if he can get at this too, I wonder if he can get at it to cut it. I think he can. If not, I think he takes on the bank.
Going to see a little bit of magic here now. Cue ball finding the rail. Means he can't pull the cue ball back towards the pink four. He's going to have to go forward with loads of spin.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, if he sees kind of like a little suspect future getting position, he may warp this. Hit a real high ball, a lot of heavy spin, trying to arc the cue ball between the 5 and 6 off the second rail. You can really tell how good the cueing is when someone shoots one like that. Yeah, I kind of like that. Really good.
Yeah, that was a very sweetly struck cue ball.
Yeah, and he was dead froze on the rail on the 3. Of course, that's when the pocket will really shrink.
Pinch in the pocket. I thought he could have just stunned out, but never mind.
Yeah, he wanted to play the upper right. He overcut this. Made it look like he was maybe playing position for the opposite pocket. But I'll tell you what, I really like watching him, though. He's like super intense for a pool player at the table. Most are trying to calm themselves down. It seems like he's more on the pumped up side and can handle it. with a chip in 8-9 to take a 2-game lead. It's a dangerous guy on the breaking end, and he's had one dry break, but overall it's been pretty decent on that end. I think it's going to get better.
Ghost has took rack 3 over on the other table, 2-1. He's playing Fuche Wei.
Number 5, Aranas, 2 break.
He's got the 1 down again. Cue ball's been below the rack quite often here early for Raga, off the break shot. Looked like it was about to start arcing up forward, caught the brown 7. I think he has a look here, though. It's close.
Yeah, I would edge that he can from that angle. He's down quick as well. Fired it into the rail.
Yeah, and the cue ball stopping. Look at the bottom of the ball makes this bank very appetizing.
Yeah, Neil's his big favourite to make this. At this level, they really fancy these type of banks, especially when there's nothing to do with a cue ball.
You could see him immediately looking to see if he gained any angle on this red 3, and of course to make the 4 a little easier, but really mainly about the 5 because it's a little covered up. Tell you what, considering where the 6 is up table, I may roll forward here and then shoot the 4 and come underneath the 9. Playing the 5 up top, maybe fall on the side. I don't really see many problems going forward on the 4.
Yeah, and plus the 5 does pass the 8 in the other top corner as well, in case he overhits it.
Yeah, I just feel like if he gets steep here, he could have a little issue getting from the 5 to the 6.
He's going low though in the cue ball.
This is what I mean. I mean, another 2 inches. This is really treacherous. I think he's right on that border of still being able to pull it 1 rail above the 8. But any flinch of the stroke, it's not going to grab. Could go 3 rails with inside, but it's a funny shot. It's like the best, coolest shot ever when you first learn it, but then you try to stay away from it as you improve your game.
Yeah, and it's a shot that seems to be vanishing as well. Don't really see it that often.
Well, under the pressure, unless you're close and it really sits nice, it's, again, one of those shots you learned it. Kind of stay away from. Oh, smart to come between the 8 and 9.
Always enjoyed the way Niels walks round the table, walks so positive around the table, and striding around there as if he owns the arena.
Yeah, confident player for many years. Speaking of confidence, he had a nice starter on the bank, but it's still a bank. Then he had to make a few nice shots. So I know it's already rack 5, but going to build a little momentum, I think, with this out.
With the right.
All in all, good run out there from the Terminator. Bank in the side, set up the finish. This was a pretty smart shot, along with the 5 ball to come back through the gap. .128 players started for this year's Peri Nineball Open. Fabulous pool room we're in as well, one of the nicest I've ever seen. That just gives you an indication, that view there, of what this whole place is like. I think there's around 40 tables.
Yeah, and really not even just beside the tables, just every bit of it super nice.
Watch out, 9-ball. Well, the 9-ball's near the pocket, but don't be fooled in thinking he's going to chase the 9, because if the 2-ball goes, there's no reason why he won't pot the 2.
Yeah, he probably moves the 9 a little bit here, making that 2-ball. Yeah, too much experience for Niels to get fooled by any kind of kiss shot here. Now it will be a 6-9 later, it looks like. Did he get enough angle? I think he did, and he does have a friendly pocket with the 9. He can draw back here. Even if he gets a little bit of a cut on the 4, shouldn't be a problem. He put a lot of speed, so he's going to hope he doesn't get elevated or straight in. All right, draw stroke past the 7 off the side cushion. Oh no. Caught a little thick to the left jaw and stood up pretty easily.
Yeah, that's that one thing that has started to creep into Niels' game. I don't know if it just creeps into everybody's game as the years start to clock.
Well, I mean, I think it's just still, you know, a little breakdown technique when you get a little older at times. And for me, you saw the, of course, he hit a little thick, but didn't get a ton of cue ball movement considering how much speed was on the stroke. And you know, it happens to all of us. I don't think it has to be age, but maybe that's me defending my age a little bit.
Sounds that way.
I'm out there defending all the people are hovering around, you know, 38, 39 years old.
Ghost has took the lead over on the other table. 2 tables in action. 3-1 it is over there.
Yeah, when you and I first arrived, I think that's when it was, the first round we got to see in the Peri Open. Weren't here for day 1. Is when Gorse was down 5-6-1, something like that. He came storming back, played flawless, and really has been totally relentless ever since.
Number 7.
A big mistake, and that usually comes with some punishment. We'll see what happens here now with another 2-game lead.
Yeah, and if the scoreline stays the same and Raga and Ghost go through, they will meet each other, but it will be Ghost versus the Philippines because the semi-finals will feature 3 Filipinos.
Yeah, and here's that punishment I was talking about. I mean, he's got to work at it, but you can see the opener very doable. Now there's a green 6 up the table causing a little problems with the cue ball, or at least the path of it. Should be able to stun by it, but this was always a touchy shot to me. You know, going on the path I want, you know, not going into the 6, of course, but getting to the top rail, avoiding that pocket. Can he roll it?
Yeah, he's playing it in the middle. Loads of spin. There you see it coming round off the 2.
Well, that's what we were talking about in the last match. It was really the spin that created the natural route. Getting to hit the object ball a little heavier.
Yeah, so for amateur pool players watching, if you'd have played that ball with centre, it stays a little closer to the long rail.
Yeah, maybe involves the 6, you know. Otherwise, if he plays it with no English, he's got to kind of stun off the ball, and that can become very, very touchy.
Yeah, and this is what makes the professionals so good. They just know the natural path of the cue ball, and if that natural path is never quite there, they can manipulate the cue ball to do funny things. Might have to do that now if he's landed a little bit straight.
Yeah, not too much worry. I mean, you know, to really get upset over the 6 isn't buried up the table. And I often wondered, you know, I do a bit of teaching, of course, a lot of teaching, probably the most I do, but a lot of people talk about the tangent line, which, don't get me wrong, the tangent's important, but the natural roll of the ball to me is the most important and very much obvious to me, the first thing you should learn.
The youngsters of the World Nineball Tour, the ones that time and time again just seem to keep stepping it up consistently. Had a disappointing US Open, did Raga. Didn't make the final 64 draw, but he's going along nicely here.
You know, what is it, 5-2 now? I mean, do you maybe take an early timeout here for your nails? I mean, you can't always wait till the end.
Yeah, put that bit of slow play in. It's totally legal. You know, you can take a timeout when you want, but just sort of stops your opponent in his tracks. If he doesn't take one now and Raga wins the next, I think we'll see it then. It's definitely coming, it's due.
Yeah, and what you do with the timeout there is you're in the chair, so you're obviously thinking. What you want is Raga to have to think a little bit and not be thinking about a pool ball.
Number 8, Raga, 2 break.
This ball opened up, and I tell you, this kid hates to play safe. Like right there, he cued it with a hair inside English. And I see a lot of the players do that now. I think it was FSR that I first saw that. It was very slight. But, you know, when they come across the one like that, Carl, does that kind of make it center ball, more or less? You know, because you're coming across it, so a little cut and do spin is on the cue ball.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you a question. How familiar are you with this break off, JJ? Obviously, we don't compete, but are you playing this break at some point when you're doing your teaching? Have you tried it? Because I really haven't.
No, I have for sure. I've sparred with some players and played many sets. I went up and spent a little time with Rob Hart last year, and we sparred for a few days before the U.S. Open, and yeah, I've spent a little time at it, and I kind of a nerd when it comes to some of those things. I try to dissect it a little bit.
So when you was you breaking like this type of break, or was it more like Shane, more like power? What was you doing?
No, it was a drawing break for sure. And I wouldn't say it was soft by any means. I mean, the more I got comfortable, the speed seemed to be a little more at times. So, but I think there's a lot more to it. Of course, if I was a player, I would have to learn a lot more. But even the players out there doing it, I think there's a lot they can toy around with. And end up a little short here. Got to pay attention. Good thing he's got a lot of angles, so the speed of the 6 going to the pocket should be fairly friendly. Can hit a little bit before the pocket, not much.
Yeah, you could see how steep that angle was from the overhead compared to that angle. That actually made it look very easy, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it's the camera being on this end of the table is what gives that perspective a little different than what it actually is. But yeah, I think there's a lot to that break. I think if you just got to think about how the balls are reacting, what makes sense. But what I see is I don't really see inside spin off that rail. So it makes me think that hair inside is what makes it like a true draw once it hits the one.
This was a good shot. It was helped again on the generous pocket. That's what tempted Raga into playing the pot. He's going along nicely. 6-2 also going along nicely. Fedor Ghost 5-1 now. So these two looking big favourites to clash tomorrow in the semis. Still can turn around, of course, but 5-1, 6-2. Niels is still sat there. Sorry, JJ. I thought we might have seen Niels disappear.
Yeah, well, I haven't got to watch Federer's opponent much. And the scores, of course, we've seen some nice win over Chua, was it, an earlier round today. But obviously Niels is breaking the balls well to make that comeback and, you know, be in this quarterfinal. So, you know, he's got to look at it. He's been in this situation who knows how many times, down 6-2. The problem is, when's that opportunity going to come? That's the real stressful part.
Break number 9.
And probably the Federer's opponent is thinking the same thing about his match. Oh, that's better with the cue ball. Much better with the cue ball. And here it is again.
Yeah, this could be a quick wreck, folks.
I would think we're going to get to see him break again, but that overhead really shows us that tip position I was talking about. A little on the inside part of the cue ball. Boy, and what a big 5-ball earlier, that miss from Niels. That was to tie the match at 3 apiece.
Yeah, and at this level, It's all right making mistakes, but when you're in the balls and you've got quite an easy pot, that's all Niels will be thinking about.
Okay, he's going to stay away from it a little inside. I thought he would just put a touch inside on this between the 7-9, but he can just come across. Now, you're a tall guy, Carl. I'm a tall player, and of course Niels kind of lengthy, tall man, but Raga on the other hand, not so tall. Do you think he has to think very often about where I can reach from, or it's just kind of ingrained in that head of his?
Yeah, I don't know really. I think there's a lot of it where obviously he's grown up playing, and they're used to having these long bridges, aren't they, the Filipinos, where they can hold right at the back of the cue and stretch and do all these things. I would probably imagine it's just ingrained. He's probably not even thinking about it.
Yeah, and most of them start at a very young age, so we're all small at a young age. But like when he was looking at that 7, I was wondering if it was a little about the angle, obviously, but also maybe about being comfortable with the reach.
Just a really confident pool player, isn't he? It's just hours and hours, the dedication, the practice, the challenge matches all over the Philippines. Heard many stories. He was going around the Philippines, playing all the big name players, giving them starts, giving them handicaps. The cheek of the young man.
Yeah, I think I heard something like he may have given a handicap to Dennis Orculo after maybe winning a time or two. Now, obviously, it can't be a big one, but of course, you know how fish stories are. It's big in America.
Niels has stayed in the arena still. There's just nothing you can do. Obviously, we're playing the cup break. Some days you get a shot on the lowest ball, some days you don't. It's as simple as that. Here we go, 2 balls going to land on the top rail. No shot. As in no pot.
Yeah, and I forgot to look at the tip. Let's see the left English here? See the left English? The cueing, right? So when he comes across the right part of the 1, that would essentially add right English to the cue ball, which I think kind of cancels everything out, puts more of a straight draw.
You can't wait to get the cue back out, can you?
I know. I think I figured a little something out. I watched plenty of players do it, though. Okay, if you can get to the right side of the 2, do you put the 2 behind the balls, or do you put the cue ball behind the balls that are up on the left part of the table, top left? It's always the decision, and it's always kind of an awkward one, and he may have hit the gap here for Niels. It's close.
Yeah, the gap is there, but not to pot the ball.
And a lot of times that decision isn't so cut and dry. I mean, you can see value both ways, playing the cue ball up behind the purple. Or do I run off the right side of the 2 like Raga did there?
Yeah, if you're watching this match and you've never played Nineball or on an American pool table, you'd be shocked how big these balls are. That's one thing a lot of my friends back home always said to me when they first come round to the house and they seen the pool table at home. They was like, wow, I can't believe how big the ball is. That's what shocks a lot of people. Maybe not for you, JJ, because obviously you're from America.
I can look at it in a relative manner. If I go to the English 8-ball table the first time, I was a little shocked at the cue ball.
The marbles.
Yeah, I thought it had a Titleist mark on it. Okay. He's looking to see what he does have, and I just don't see much future. I mean, the way the 2 lays, he's going to double kiss the 2 if he goes directly at it.
I don't know if he's looked at the 3-rail kick yet, has he?
No, and it's laying nice to come behind it. He's got a lot of protection, and it's a kick that the players usually like. What he's trying to do is rub the right, or his right side, the 2 coming off the back cushion, and just roam past the 7 lightly. Yeah, it just hasn't worked out for Neil since that miss. Of course, that's the first shot he's had. Now, is he just gonna not try to force it behind the purple and try and hold behind the brown here, coming off 1 cushion?
It's been a long day. I actually forgot to look at Ryger's chalk when he puts it on the table.
Well, it's not sunny side up at the moment. I think he did have it down like one of Carl's pet peeves.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something I noticed. It's just I've never noticed anybody put the chalk facing down. Have you? Probably have over in the States. Or
Yeah, I think Efren, honestly. Yeah. Efren, a big-time chalker of the Q-stick. When I watched you play, I don't recall that so much. Like most of us Americans, and of course Efren being Filipino, but we think, it's like a subconscious kind of thing, chalking the cue while you're, making a decision. Probably trying to bury this one. Maybe he was trying to bank it around the table.
8-ball. Well, needed a bit of help. Is that going to kickstart something for Niels?
Well, he immediately looked to see how easy the pink in the side was. And the more I looked at that shot, maybe he was trying to bank the 2 around, to the side of the 8 and then back up table, trying to get that snooker behind the green 6 or the 9. This'll do, though. Oh, nice control there. And we talked about, he's been in this situation plenty of times. He was just in a worse situation in the last round against another great player. So he definitely believes this is doable. It's got to start here in rack 10, though.
Yeah, you've just got to try and make something happen. No point in giving up. Well, you're still involved in the match. I always used to think if I was like 7-2 down, I'd snap your hand off to be 9-9. Just be sat in my chair thinking, just do everything in your power to get it to hill. Needed a bit of help. It was the fluke. Can Neil string a few racks together? Here was that big fluke. Watch the 8-ball going all the way up the table.
7 and Fusion to break.
Okay, Neil's to break. What's he got for us?
All right, got a nice bump on the 2. I think he's got to go into the purple and somehow manufacture a shot on the red 3. The 3's not far from the hole, though. Don't think the 7 ball, after he goes into the purple 5, assuming he attacks here, which I think he should. Don't think the 7's much of a problem as far as getting at the red 3. Can he go by the purple ball here? Oh, he can. Nice shot. Little friendly bump. Now, it's funny, back in the day, people used to say to me, oh, the great players, they really just plan out the entire rack. And I've never found that to be too true, at least for myself. Of course, you want to recognize a problem and things like that, but if you get involved in planning out the entire rack, I think you just cause yourself a bunch of headaches, really.
Yeah, plus many times you play a positional shot and it always feel like it lands on that bit of a weird angle, so you have to change your mind. And I think it's just about identifying each thing that comes along, isn't it, and trying to make that best decision.
Yeah, and I've always felt the best pool is about a little bit of recovery here and there and being comfortable doing that. If you start getting a little out of line from a plan you really had your heart set on, it starts to become a little stressful. And, of course, I don't know much about soccer. That's the one sport back home I didn't play. But American football, we call it a game of inches. If that's a game of inches, what is pool? Things can change so quickly. Okay, good stun off the 9. Just kind of hold there. Just move the 9 out of the way. Not really stun. Just kind of go into it. Take on a little cut shot in the side if you're worried. If he draws off this ball, could follow a little bit, but I want to make sure I move the 9.
Yeah, I think that's why he's taking a bit of time. Ideally, he wants to go forward to make the next pot easy, but he's just a little worried he doesn't get the 9 out of the way. I think he will do, though.
Yeah, but I still like him. Make sure the 9's not going to impede your path. This is Neil's fan about to, be inducted into the Hall of Fame and still a very active, great player. So I think he can handle these types of shots. Don't worry so much. Now this will fool us a little bit, maybe a little more angle. And this is where, I like drawing this ball if I can. Just try and stay off the rail.
Positive ball striker, Niels. Not scared to let the cue do the work. And it's going to be another rack for Niels Fyan, 7-4.
Yeah, and a little bit of fortune in the last rack to get things started, but that's just part of it. Hasn't gotten a whole lot going his way. Not saying really Raga's gotten really any big rolls or anything like that. Just, but now he's got to feel good about that last break. Pretty clean out there.
Gorse lost the opening rack against Fuche Wei. He's now 8-1 up. So he's won 8 on the spin. Seems to be the crowd favourite.
He missed the one high. And a little fortunate with the cue ball. It's going to be difficult for the referee coming in to try and move the template. All kinds of traffic across that.
Push out. Call.
All right. Interesting push out.
Check it out.
Kind of curious what's the play from here.
Goes in the corner, right?
Niels was just offering a helping hand there. I think the referee thought the 9-ball was on the template. Fine job there removing it.
Really not a whole lot of places to run with the cue ball here. I'm curious to see whichever player takes this on. What's the play?
Does it pop into the top right?
Oh, yeah, it does. And that's definitely the shot. And I think he does have enough of it. Type of shot, especially with speed, where the pocket will be a little smaller. You know how often that happens right there, and I learned that the hard way so many times. He questioned if he could get enough of the ball to make it. And how often you say to yourself, well, let me just get as much as I can. I know it goes, and then you end up hitting it too thick.
Just feel like this is turning out to be quite a big rack now in this match.
I'll tell you, if you feel good about the kick, like you're confident, you know, in your line and where you're going to hit it, I think the one rail at a lighter speed, there's a lot of value. There's a lot of traffic there. You don't want to hit it super light, but I think a lot of good things can happen.
Can't quite get there. Possibly swerve it a little bit. Jump shot. Yeah, but the 8-ball is making that a little tricky. Still got his playing cue in his hand, so I think he's going to play a little swerve. Easy in the end. Very easy.
I'll tell you, when Neil's maybe play it to one side of the pocket is all, maybe a little onto that side, but I'll tell you, with the 8, 6, and 9 there, I think I go for the devastating snooker here up underneath the 3 up table. I think the 2 ball, you'll keep it covered up with the 6, 8, 9 regardless.
Mistake. It was a poor 2 ball, wasn't it, JJ?
Yeah, did you see the shot I was talking about? Clip the left side. You're such a great player with the cue ball usually. You can get up underneath that 3, and if not, the 6, 8, 9 are there. I think you had a chance to go for a little more there, I think. Now, don't get me wrong. If he gets him behind the purple, he's still in a good advantage. Still a tough shot, but you got a fancy Raga to make it.
You always feel like they're big racks and all, aren't they? When you've been down quite big, you have a chance to get it back to 7-5. If you lose, it's 8-4. You feel like you've gone from touching distance to like, oh, this is a big mountain to climb again.
Yeah, especially if you had an opportunity. I mean, nothing offensive there on the 2. Oh, my. That was the closest one to a miss I've seen. And that had a little early movement, somewhat like we saw from FSR at times in the last match. He got a little above, so he's going to have to run this with a little side. Kind of wrap out of the lower right corner. Should be fairly aggressive. No, I don't think any real reason to lay up with the cue ball too much.
Loose safety shot from Fayant. Give Raga the opportunity to win another rack and to extend the lead back to 4. 8-4 it is to Raga. He will have to break in the next.
Yeah, that was the pink 4. That was a little suspect from Raga, but got it down.
Fuche Wei has won a rack over on the other table. Gorst is 8-2 up. If you missed our first 2 quarterfinals, Michael Feliciano made it through to the semis where he will play his fellow countryman, James Aranas. So if Raga wins, 3 from 4 will be Filipinos in the semi-finals. And we all know involved in the pool world industry, the hotbed of talent they have got over there, and they're proving it here.
Yeah, and a great cue ball as well here on the break, and of course some congested balls here on the lower right part of the table. I think it was the 5-6-7 or the 4-5-6-7, but a great starter on the 2 with the 3 near, so gotta believe he probably produces some kind of short side position on the pink 4. Don't know what just yet, but well, caught that a little thick and a little let up on the stroke. I believe the 3 passes the 9. It's cuttable on the side. He's close to it, but man, nothing easy. I think it's cuttable on the side. Yeah, close to it. You can manipulate the cue ball with a little throw. He can get the draw on the ball. He's trying to avoid the purple. Not the worst thing if he catches the brown off the side rail, but definitely wants to avoid the purple.
Very thin, this pot. Down very quick. It's a good shot. I like it. It can always be a little funny that when you're trying to just pull it over in behind another ball.
Oh, that's just, you know, you got to recognize how comfortable you are, I think, and he's feeling good. But I mean, you can keep that one pretty simple where you're not going to nestle him up on the 6, but guaranteed to get the snooker. But yeah, any of those stuns, right, are always a little funny. You could see a little upset from Raga. Thought it was a very doable kick shot to get the cue ball down tabled a little bit more. You may not get the snooker, but you can tell tough 5 ball. So you want to leave the 4 a little easier or a little tougher for Niels, making position on the 5 a little more difficult.
Wants to stay away from jacked up. A little bit behind it, but the 6 does play by the brown 7.
Pull it back up off the long rail. 8 and 9 sitting pretty. Got a lot into the ball there. Got to try and keep Raga off the hill. Halfway point for Neil's fire. Can he turn another match round on its head? 7-1 down to Woodward in the previous round. Niels was. That was the great safety shot from Raga.
Yeah, this hit is what really got him out of jail and got the snooker behind it and cleaned up the rack nicely. Didn't see a whole lot wrong with his last break when it was dry. So I wonder if he maybe changes something. Again, thin. When you're close to the ball, you can certainly get enough draw to get by the side. I think you can get by the side and still not hit the 6, coming above the 6 to get on the 3. May be able to roll it and hit before the side. I'm not sure. Well, that little flick off the 3 has made things a little more difficult. Let's get into this a bit more, and he's not going to maybe get totally ideal on the 5. Did get a little angle, but not a lot here. One of Neil's better shots, though, right? The heavy stun.
Yeah, it looks like he's got to power this pink 4-ball in to get on a tricky purple 5. That's what he's faced with. He's got a little bit of an angle.
Yeah, and anytime you really got to get into it, that's when you can lose the speed easily. I'll tell you, like
gap. I mean, there's a gap to fall with an angle on the 5, but not a whole lot. Could fall straight as well.
Gearing up for the power shot here. Done well.
And what he's looking at now is really more about the last 3 balls in the rack. The 7, 8, 9, and how he wants to shoot the 5 to get on the 6 to get back to that group. I don't know, Carl. You know, he can cue the ball here. Would you ever kind of like stun between the 7, 8 and try and fall behind the 6 here where you could play the 7 in the same pocket as the 5? It's a little more friendly than trying to play the 7 in the other pocket. Now, that's in an ideal world, but he, like I said, he can cue the ball.
He's playing it with right spin. So he's coming to the left of the 9.
Yeah. So now he has to have real good control. If he falls below this 7, he has to get as far to get by the 9 to get a shot. But then if he falls below it a bit, it could be tricky.
Pace looks good, looks very good. He's hanging on in there in this quarter-final. We knew he wouldn't give up. That's not his character. There you can see he can get back out for the 8 to play the 8 in the same pocket. While Neil figures out what shot he's going to play. It seems very easy, very obvious, but he's obviously struggling with something. Ghost is on the hill, 9-3.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to avoid inside English somehow if he can. Don't really see the problem with it, but it's okay.
Eight racks to 6. Game well and truly on. Here's the timeout. We're also going to take a timeout.
15, Neil Fajan to break.
Back to the action. Niels Fayen is making a fight back. He now trails 8-6. Made the one. Cue ball was good. Needs the 3 ball out the way. I think he's got a shot at the 2. Yep, he has. So just needs to get past the first hurdle. Looks like the first shot is going to be the most difficult. Shooting the cue ball across the bed of the table. If he makes it, position for the 3 is guaranteed, and all the balls are in the open. Big shot coming up. Yeah, it was okay. Played it into the rail. He's got the famous Neil spring in his step. Gonna have to play a thin one now up into the top right corner.
Yeah, and I'm not too worried about the miss. Just if he can command the speed, not making the 7 to the 8 that difficult. And if he can get there, that's just beautiful. And he can.
Fedor Ghost is through to the semi-finals. He beats Fuche Wei 10 racks to 4, where he will await the winner of this match we are watching.
You really got to appreciate Neil's this spot, just like his last match, down heavily. Seems like he's getting stronger.
Yeah, fighting hard. 8-7. Game on now.
spin, new fashion to break.
Got work to do here on the blue too.
Looked to be a really nice hit on the one. You can see the breaks getting better. The balls are spreading nicely. Just kind of split the 2 in the cue ball here, using the 3 and 9 if you can. Putting the 2 behind the 6 maybe, off the bottom cushion. Looks like it lays fairly natural. There are some gaps though. Really don't see much else. I'd rather try to use the 9 myself more than the 3. I think it makes the shot a bit more comfortable. Bring the cue ball up more towards the middle diamond. Don't really see much else. I mean, you could bank the 2 and try to go behind the 6, banking the 2 back across the middle. That's touchy.
Yeah, especially with the 8 ball lurking over a pocket.
Yeah, from the overhead, I didn't even notice it really until you said something, Carl. Could attack, but you doubt that.
I think cue ball towards the 3. Oh, it went. What a pot, by the way. Didn't even think that went. That set the rack up lovely. Here's another look. That's tight, JJ.
Yeah, absolutely, and just didn't like the safeties for one reason or another. Tell you what, looks like a splendid decision, even better shot.
Incredible pot there from Niels. Needs to miss the bump. Needed to miss the bump. That's just made things awkward now.
Yeah, you can't afford to get negative about it, though. He's got to just take it on. Still a big favorite if he does take on the back cut, if it's available. Seemed to me he just need a little more speed on that is what kind of caused lose the cue ball line, maybe.
Yeah, actually, when you look from the overhead, it's not the most difficult of pots in the side. As you just said, your big favourite to pot the ball here. You're not really doing much with the cue ball either. It's just going to bounce off the bottom rail in between the 6-9 and back through that little gap.
And it's not really so much of a draw stroke because he'll be using a little left, maybe just a little bit of a draw.
The way the 8 sits, real hard to make them both. It's going to double kiss and want to stand up to 7, so not too much worry. Don't overthink it.
Yeah, and that's just finished nice. He's got this lovely little angle after potting the brown 7. I didn't see this coming, JJ, I won't lie. 45 minutes ago, Niels was sat there as a spectator. And now he's about to tie the match up.
Yeah, I didn't see this coming. Not so much on the Niels side of things, really, just the way Raga's been playing, but he's really been in the chair.
Yeah, it wasn't really the 3 ball for me. It was the opening shot on the blue 2. It was tight past the 6. What a pot it was.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, very impressed that he went down with the 2 ball, win or lose, right? On the fence. Why not?
It's a race to 10.
At 17, new Frazier to right.
Sweet little rub by the brown 7. I think the cue ball was going to get lost in the left middle.
Maybe going to go a little low. But yeah, it was heading towards the side. But look at the split.
Yeah, and he's close to the 2. He may be able to draw between the 9-3. I think the 3 does pass the 6. That's another option. Maybe able to run the cue ball a couple rails around the 3. But now, a big favorite to get to the hill first. And what were the odds of that some 30, 40 minutes ago?
Big odds. Yeah, let's not forget, Niels missed that 5 ball to tie the match at 3-3. Raga went on a mad one. And Niels has just hung in. He's just shown his class, shown his experience. Years and years of match practice, grinding wins out from nowhere, trying to make games switch over. It's been great display.
Yeah, you can see fairly straight on the 3, and a good look. The 8 does play in this corner. It does have the other lower corner as well. I don't really see many worries.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not saying this is a worry, but still got to be careful when the spin comes off this rail. You don't scratch in the top corner or go behind the 5. No, it's going to pull up.
Yeah, and I guess the 5 to the 6 is some, work, of course, but doesn't have to be done one way. When you can fall on an angle that maybe offers a couple different paths, that's usually enough for these top players.
Wow. How has he missed the pink 4? It's amazing, JJ, what you see on a pool table. Absolutely incredible. Now, he's not left it over the pocket, but, I mean, that was just... Wow.
I took it for granted. I was watching the cue ball come up the table, and then realized the pink was banging around those bottom cushions.
Yeah, it's just because we've just seen a flawless comeback. And it wasn't difficult. It's not like you needed to load it up with loads of spin. It was just a tiny bit.
Yeah, it looked really natural, everything about it.
It's just finished up on the 50-yard line.
Yeah, you can play it to the same pocket, though, avoiding the scratch. You're going to have to kill the cue ball a bit. You can't figure he's going to play safe here, even though it's not easy.
There's that 3-railer we were speaking about, JJ.
Yeah, well, just pay attention and see how often you see that shot these days. Looks like he's falling nice here. He may have to add a little speed to kind of stun draw just to make sure the slick table doesn't kind of grab on him and he comes towards the 8-9 with the cue ball.
Very impressive shot on the 4-ball. Rag has been sat in the chair cold. He's had to step up and play that kind of low right 3-railer. Now he's got to get it back to the back rail. Or certainly past the balls anyway. Yep, here we go.
Yeah, and what he did with that inside draw stroke, he was awful thin on the 4, but you chew up real estate with the cue ball when you play it like that, so you can keep the cue ball on that end of the table for the 5. Kind of like if you ever play a bouncy table, it's hard to come one rail into position a lot of times, so you'll shoot like inside, kind of wrap the corner and get to the center of the table in that manner rather than just one rail.
Niels Fire must be sat there thinking, how am I not at the table? How have I not won the rack? How am I not on the hill and breaking for the match? The miss just come from nowhere.
Yeah, he had a big miss early in this match, and we talked about what might be the punishment. And it was a break and run, and I think a couple of them afterwards. It only takes one here, though. If he gets out and breaks and gets a shot.
Rag is the first player on the hill. This has been a match of a lot of tails here. Rag got off to a flyer. Looked like you were going to do a number on that man right there. Niels, well, he did what he always does. Just don't give up. But from somewhere out of the gods, missed an easy 4-ball. And he's let Raga on the hill. This was the 4-ball. JJ, look at that.
Yeah, and there wasn't a kick there of any sort. You know, didn't really even threaten the hole, really.
Okay, is Niels going to get the ultimate punishment? Will Raga see a ball off the break? This is the beauty of 9-ball pool. We're just sat here watching. We don't know what the break is going to offer. Made the 1. He's got a shot at the 2. Work to do to get on the 3, but he has a shot on the blue 2.
Yeah, he sure does, and there's work throughout this rack. But you got to believe this starter, it's a little thin on the side rail, but got to believe it's a pretty good starter. He's pretty pumped about what he's seeing right now. His first shot, does he have to come across and kind of bump a ball, maybe? I don't
Bump the 9 and pot it in the bottom right corner.
Yeah,
Just
right.
shake his hand.
Well, the 3 goes by the 7 and the side, right? So can he come across between the 9 and 3? I would look at that myself, because a stop shot on the 3 would be beautiful to hold for the pink 4. Just to play the 5 and get back on the 6. 6 has 2 pockets down on the bottom. I don't think I try to come above the 7 here. I think for me it's between the 3-9 with the cue ball. Oh, he bumped it. Big stretch for the young man.
Yeah, Niels can just sit and watch along here. He must just be sat there thinking, what have I done on the pink 4 ball? Done all that hard work, JJ, for the last 45 minutes. He's got himself in this position.
Yeah, and the crowd, and of course, I think both of us always appreciate these comebacks, but really can just almost hope for the same kind of blunder from his opponent. That's about it. I mean, there is a lot more work here than that pink 4 we had in the last rack, but
yeah, just look where the cue is. The joint of the cue is on his bridge hand.
just wants to stay off the rail. Feels like he can work the cue ball however's needed. Now just a little draw stroke back, and here's not too worried about the stretch, but it could be a stretch on the 5. 6 does go by the 8. That would be the place you'd want to play position on the green 6.
We've watched a lot of pool, JJ, but it never seems to be okay.
And it's real hard to figure out some things. I mean, like, really didn't see much flaw there on that pink 4. You know, got into his regular routine, which is normally how the better players aim. You know, with the stance and as they get into position, didn't really see much there. It's just, and a very shocked face when he missed it as well. There wasn't nothing to blame. He couldn't. Wow.
Where's the cue ball?
Wow.
Where's the cue ball?
Yeah, and it looked like the tip came up. I'm sure we'll see a replay at some point or another, but didn't dig on the ball much. Now the kick isn't there that difficult, and I think he can pocket this.
Is he playing the pot? He is. There's the cue ball. Needs another good one.
Good one is an understatement. I mean, the 7, I guess it goes by the 9. He clipped the 9 going by, right? Or did he clip the 7? He clipped the 9. So did he push? Is there even a pocket there?
Tough to see from that. Maybe there isn't. Maybe it's super tight. That's why we've seen the smile. Doesn't really smile a lot when he's playing.
Yeah. Awesome to see, though. And
does have the safety option, though, JJ, as well.
yeah, I think he's going to try and play for the 7, knowing it's hard to hang it. Play the cue ball underneath the 8. This is, you know, it's doable, but that's what happens. You get a little out of line, the game can change swiftly.
He's got a bit of the pocket there, but this is not easy by any stretch. Cue ball's near the rail. It's a steep angle.
Yeah, awkward cueing. Anytime you're down the side rail like that, it's kind of awkward.
Needs help. Not left easy, but it's a shot for Niels Fine.
Yeah, and to him, it's just the best thing in the world at the moment, no matter how difficult it is. The good thing is he can level out. Doesn't appear a scratch is really a problem, as long as he's more straight on the cue ball. Just got to command the hit on the 7. I think the speed will be okay.
Yeah, you've just got to aim thin, back yourself to knock it in, take your chance on the cue ball. Funny things can happen because where the 9-ball is, but listen, you're 9-8 down in a race to 10. Just try and pot the ball.
Yeah, I think the comfortable speed is okay, like the speed you like to shoot the shot, or most players rather. Really like staying away from the side spin if I can, though. Hate to knock this in and lose the cue ball. And he had a bit of right English overcutting it. That tells you where the cue ball went. There was definitely some side. And again, it's all preference when it comes to that shot. Just, you know, we express kind of how we would play it, or maybe the majority of players.
Big pressure, big money at stake. 25,000 to the winner. This is a place for tomorrow's semi-final. This is easy for Raga. Easy in the sense of the cue ball should just come down in the middle gap. Yeah, here it comes. Wants to bounce off the rail. It's gonna. It's perfect.
So we're going to carry most likely. I mean, shouldn't get ahead of myself, even though there's only 2 balls left. It looks like 3 Filipino players heading into the final 4. All right. This tells me he's going to draw the cue ball back underneath the 9 and out to the center.
Yeah, he's just checking the tip, making sure the chalk's all the way around. Okay, what a match this has been, by the way. Raga set off like a train. Niels hung in. Couple of mistakes at the end, but it is Anton Raga who makes up our final 4, where we will play Fedor Gorst tomorrow. Semi-final action will start at 2 p.m. Do not miss it.